There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Later.
Hey, you guys.
Yep. We're having big problems if this...
I don't know what the fuck is going on with this shit. Like, as soon as it comes on, it's like...
Yeah.
It'll be like green, 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 then it's like red, 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 red.
It's
and
green
I was like,
now.
It's green now, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the stupid thing. I just bought a fucking Wi-Fi booster because the router is like way the fuck downstairs, and I was like, well, maybe we're having problems because the router's so far away. So I got a booster that I put up here, and it has like, and I attached like even a LAN cable and stuff like that. But the first time we tried to do the live stream, it was just like not having it. It just like immediately went to red and it wouldn't go. And then I tried to like...
And there's password problems.
Yeah, and then like it's telling me that the password isn't right, even though I just set up that password like literally a few hours ago. Yeah. So I don't really know what the fuck is going on with this.
Seems to be holding.
I mean, much like everything I buy to improve the stupid fucking connection in this place, it's like it just doesn't fucking work, and it's really, really frustrating.
It's a hardware problem.
So I don't really know what the problem is, but hopefully, because it does seem like we do have problems around this time at like 5 o'clock. Zach says, welcome to Lag City, population us. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm like, it just, and I hate when it happens like right out the gate like that, because then it just puts me in a really bad headspace, and then I just
you should see her when she fucking loses it. She can't even think.
Well, I get fucking frustrated, you know what I mean? It's like so frustrating because I have everything, I spend so much time like setting everything up. It's like, you know, I do all these notes and I make all the stuff, and it's like I set everything up like way ahead of time, and then it's just like, nope, not gonna work for some reason that I'm not gonna tell you what it is. So it's very, very, very frustrating when it should work, you know. It should work, but it just
stream looks steady.
Does not. Murder Hornet returns. Jenny, your gift should be there Friday, hand painted. Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy about that.
I think it'll be here tomorrow.
I mean, you know, it's Wednesday.
It usually shows up early. If they say Friday, it usually is here Thursday.
I'm kind of hoping that. Oh, I forgot to check the mail today actually, because we ordered some new Shiba meat sticks for Pookie.
I can go down there.
Because we're really upset.
You want me to go down and check?
I mean, if you want.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second.
She's gotten. I mean, if they came, I would have gotten a message. So I'm sure they're not here.
No.
But I mean, there might be other stuff in the mail, and it goes red again. Awesome, awesome. I fucking love it. I love it. Oh my god! Come on, you piece of shit. I don't know. It's like I don't understand why other people don't have these fucking problems. Like this laptop is not old. Nothing in here is old. You know what I mean? That fucking booster I bought is brand new. I just bought it. Like, and it's a new, like, a nice one. I don't understand why shit's not working. So, you know. Great. It's just great. And I'm, like I said, I hate it when it's right at the beginning of the show because I get so fucking frustrated. And then I'm, like, already kind of in a bad mood, like, when it starts. And it just, like, makes me so bad. And it's just, like, I don't know. So it like puts me on edge because I'm like, then the rest of the night I'm going to be like looking down at it like obsessively. And I'm like, it's going to cut off. It's going to cut off. Oh my God. And it's just, I don't know. It pisses me off. I know, you know, it's like, I know you guys like feel the frustration, but it's just kind of like, I hate to have to do shit in like several parts. You remember that show that we did a couple weeks back? And I think it just kept shutting off. And the fucking show, I think it was the Dr. Kellogg one, and I think that show ended up being like four fucking pieces because it just kept turning off, and I kept getting so like frustrated, and we just had to keep restarting. But I'm just, you know, I'm trying not to punch the laptop. I'm trying to be zen about it, but you know, yeah. So, Alias says is a hard line possible, meaning, well, I did have. That's a problem. I have a LAN cable, and the router... Huh?
Talking to Poop.
Oh. The router is too far away for me to hook it up here, but I did have the LAN cable hooked up to the booster, but that was not working for whatever reason. So I unplugged it before I, like, restarted everything. But it's right there. I don't know. We'll see if it
I
works.
don't know how it got so fucking hot in here.
I don't know. It must be you radiating heat, because usually it's like really cold in here.
Yeah, it's fucking 80
Usually it's so
degrees.
cold in here that I have to like put my little jacket on, because it's like fucking freezing.
I am pretty cranked up, but it's fucking hot.
You're pretty cranked up.
Yeah. I'm pretty jacked.
Yeah, it's like, I know I can smell you from over here. I'm just,
You can?
I know,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I can't really.
Yeah. I increased some shit. Increased some testosterone.
No, you're just making everything like warmer and more uncomfortable for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if this stupid motherfucking connection maintains, which it better, or I'm gonna kick its ass if I can find it, this should be a fun show tonight. I'm actually really glad, because I don't think I ever would have thought necessarily to do this as an episode, but I mean, I might have done something like on my own show or whatever, but this was actually a really good idea for an episode, and I don't think, even though I'm a big, huge horror nerd, I don't think I ever would have thought about doing it, even though it's super fun. And like I said, who doesn't love Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing? Come on, everybody loves them. Everybody that's worked with them loves them. Everybody that's watched their movies love them. Even when they're in shitty-ass movies, they're always awesome. And, I mean, their movies are cool. They're just cool-ass people. They were just cool-ass people. And, you know, so it'll be cool, like, to be able to talk about them. I even watched a couple of their movies today, get me in the mood. I wanted to see two that I hadn't seen before, because I haven't seen all of the movies. Because obviously, Christopher Lee did, 208 movies over the course of his career? I think he was, I don't know if he still is, but I think for a time, I think he was like the guy that had been in the most movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's more than Burgess Meredith.
Yeah, so 208 movies, and Peter Cushing had been in 100, like 100-something, and 24 of those they were in together. Not necessarily like as a team-up. Sometimes they were just, you know, particularly early in their careers, they would be in a movie together, but like they weren't like on screen together, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
so
they
I take it they knew each other.
They were like best friends, and that's
Okay.
not even like
Right.
an exaggeration. They were best friends from 1957 onwards until Peter Cushing died in 1994. They were like seriously besties.
Good.
And it's so cool. That's what's so cool to me. And actually, you know what's even cooler than that? And that's pretty cool, is that they were also really good friends with Vincent Price. Can you imagine how awesome that would be, like hanging out with the three of them? Because they were all like buddies, and I'm like, how fucking adorable and awesome is that? That is so fucking cool. I just love it. Because it would really, I don't know why, it's like it would really make me sad if I had seen all these movies with Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing in it, and then I heard, oh yeah, they hated each other in real life.
How it goes.
You know, and and I was like, that'd be like a real bummer. But it's like, no, they were like total best friends. They hung out. It's like, it's super cool. And honestly, like after Peter Cushing died, like some of the stuff that Christopher Lee like said about him and stuff was really, really awesome. But it's, you know, it just like makes me happy. So today I watched, because like I said, I haven't seen all of the movies that they did together. I've seen most of them, but I wanted to watch a couple that I hadn't seen before with both of them in it. So I watched The Gorgon, which is on Tubi, which was pretty good. And also I watched Hound of the Baskervilles, and because for some reason I don't think I had ever seen that one, or if I did, I was really young, and that was really good. I liked that a lot. I was also gonna watch, Shudder had a bunch of Peter Cushing movies, but it looks like they've taken most of them down. They still have Horror Express up there, which is another good one that both of them were in. And then they have the one that just had Peter Cushing in it that was about Burke and Hare. And I was going to watch that, but I didn't have enough time. Also, I listened to a little bit of Christopher Lee's symphonic metal album from 2010, Charlemagne.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad, I gotta say. He did a couple. Like, yeah, he did a lot of
metal albums. Huh?
Yeah, he did a lot of symphonic metal, like, later on in his career when he was in... Because he has, like, a great fucking singing voice, you know what I mean? Because he had a great speaking voice as well.
What does it sound like? Heavy metal? Or is
Kind of, but it's kind of like metal, but it's, like, operatic.
Okay.
And it's almost kind of like a heavy metal... I don't want to say it sounds like a musical, because that sounds like that's a whole different thing. But it's a story. It's about Charlemagne, and you know, but in musical form. So it's kind of like characters singing.
So in other
stuff.
words, kind of like fucking Merciful Fate with King Diamond. That's all.
Yeah,
he did.
kinda.
All right. He sings songs. The whole album's a damn concept album about ghosts and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody, who was it that said, that Peter Cushing's best movie was Cash on Demand. And honestly, yeah, I don't think I've seen that one, but I think that was actually one of his favorite roles, even though it was the one that's the least seen. The cool thing about them, too, it's like, even though I think both in their own way, they were bummed out by being typecast in horror movies, but they seem to have like a pretty good sense of humor about it. I mean, Christopher Lee...
Shit, they were making money.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Christopher Lee was kind of like... I mean, Christopher Lee did, probably twice as many movies as Peter Cushing did. And another thing, too, is that they didn't really start acting until later on in life. Not like later. They weren't old or anything, but... It's not like Peter Cushing was really into acting from a very young age, but he didn't really get recognized to any great degree until he was like middle-aged. You know what I'm saying?
40?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
He had done stage shit and,
Right.
Had bit parts in movies and everything, but he didn't really get well known until a little bit later, which I thought... Because honestly, I think he was in his 40s, and he thought... He'd been in some stuff, but he was like, broke, and he was just kind of like, I failed, I wanted to be, that's all I ever wanted to be was an actor, but he failed. But then he, hooked up with Hammer, and then the rest is history. So, and I kind of feel like even though, they're associated with Hammer, obviously, both of them, but both of them did so much other stuff, too. But I feel like if they hadn't done the Hammer movies, maybe less so Christopher Lee, because he was in, like, Lord of the Rings and shit.
He was also in Star Wars.
Yeah, well, Peter Cushing was in Star Wars, too.
Yeah.
And honestly, he was really into that because he's like, that brought obviously a new generation, into his work. But yeah, he was like, he wasn't really a big fan of horror or sci-fi, and usually that kind of makes me sad. But Peter Cushing did say, he was like, well, he's like, nobody really wants to see me as Hamlet. It's like, if you want to see me as Dr. Van Helsing and stuff, so that's what I want to do. I want to do stuff that, like, makes me happy, makes people happy, and what they want to see me in. So, he seemed to be pretty cool about it. And he honestly was really, he said he was, like, really touched by people that, wrote him letters, like, talking about how much they loved his... stuff in the Hammer movies and everything like that. So they both seem to have a pretty good... Christopher Lee, I think, was more... Because, I mean, after, like, he did the Hammer movies, and then he was kind of like, well, I don't really want to do... Like, every time they would do, like, another Dracula movie, and they'd be like, Christopher Lee, you have to do another Dracula movie. And he's like, no. And then they were kind of like, yeah, but all of these people, like, we're doing this other Dracula movie, and it's like, they're not going to get a paycheck if you don't come and do this Dracula movie, because we already said that you would do it. And then he's like, okay, fine. So I do kind of feel like they he called it, like, emotionally manipulated him into doing a lot of the Dracula movies. But to his credit, he never phoned that shit in. Even in the, like, really cheesy ones, like Dracula AD 1972, which actually I kind of have a soft spot for, even though it's, like...
I remember that one.
Even though it's, like, pretty cheesy. Well, it's, Dracula's still Dracula, but Peter Cushing was in it, but he had to play... like the grandson of Van Helsing, because it's supposed to be groovy 1972. So they really did try to do, like... They tried to groovy it up to, to maybe only partial success. It is but it's not one of the better ones, I don't think. Honestly, I think the better ones were, like, the more serious ones. Honestly, when I was watching Hound of the Baskervilles today, I was, like, amazed that I don't think I'd ever seen that one, because that one's really good. The Gorgon's pretty good, too, but, it's low budget, obviously, but I thought it was cool, like, the mythological angle. I kind of liked the Gorgon lady that they had, but, what are you going to do? So yeah, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna
I guess we're gonna start the show, right?
Are we? I don't know.
You already
do we
started?
have
Sounds
any?
like...
Well, I'm just I'm having a little kind of like discussion about it.
Okay.
I don't want to be too like rigid about the shit. Like how I have shit laid out is I just kind of had like biography, like Christopher Lee biography, Peter Cushing biography. I have like a little list of films at the end that they were in together, like the 24 of them. So we can talk about those if you want. But obviously, after certain points, their biographies are going to overlap. So if we want to kind of go off in a direction, or if you want to go off on a direction when we talk about various things, then that's fine too. This, like I said, I want this to be kind of like just a fun show.
Okay.
Just a fun show because, you know, I'm really into these two guys. I really love their movies, and I've seen a lot of them.
I don't really know a whole lot about them. I've seen their movies, but personally, I don't really know that much about them.
Yeah,
I know that Christopher Lee, he could fly planes, and he had something to do with James Bond and Ian Fleming. They were related or something. Maybe?
I think by marriage.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, I'll get into that. Like, yeah, and he was in a Bond film, wasn't he? He was in Man with the Golden Gun.
Yeah.
But yeah. So like I said, I kind of feel like he was. I mean, they both were really. They were very diverse actors. I do kind of feel like everybody remembers them nowadays because of horror, and also because of Star Wars and Lord of the Rings in Christopher Lee's case. But they did so much other shit too. I mean, Peter Cushing played Sherlock Holmes a shit ton, and he was really into Sherlock Holmes. He even wrote, like, he would write the forewords to like books about Sherlock Holmes, like about the Sherlock Holmes phenomenon. So he was super into that. But it's interesting too, like reading their backstories. They're really like two completely different people, like where they came from and stuff. Not where they came from, like literally, but I don't know, like personality wise. But I think what they shared was this kind of gentlemanly, like a very old-fashioned, not old-fashioned in a bad way, but like just a gentlemanly kind of bearing that you know, that they kind of like, and everybody says that about Peter Cushing in particular, that he was like the loveliest, like this gentle, soft-spoken kind of dude who like wouldn't hurt a fly, you know what I mean? He was that kind of guy. Whereas Christopher Lee was kind of more, Christopher Lee, like you said, he was almost like a real life James Bond. Like I said, if you read his biography, you're just like, that was one dude, holy crap. He's super badass.
Yeah, from what I remember, he had the reputation for being kind of like a British badass.
Yeah.
You know.
But he wasn't like.
He wasn't a mean guy. He didn't give a shit. He didn't care about getting his fucking hands dirty. He'd do dangerous shit.
And I think the cool thing about him was that he didn't really like brag about it either.
Just a man.
Like there was some stuff that he just like later on he wouldn't really talk about it, even though people asked him about it. It's like, hey, we heard about when you were a Nazi hunter and all this other stuff, and he was just like, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? It's like he wouldn't really like go into like, yeah, I'm so awesome, like, you know. So I kind of feel like that was maybe why a lot of people don't like him too. Let's see. Yeah, Dom the Bomb says, Peter Cushing's wife died 25 years before he died. He was very in love and he never married again. Yeah, and honestly, this is like so sad. Peter Cushing and his wife, we'll get into this, they married in the 40s, I want to say. It was like 1943. And then she died, and after that, he kept working and stuff, but he said to an interviewer, he said, well, I'm basically just like killing time until I die and see her again.
Yeah. Hey, Jen.
What?
Look at that. Did she get sick?
Oh, no. Yeah, I guess she did.
What happened? Did you get sick?
Oh, maybe that wet food makes her sick, too.
Yeah. I guess that just happened, huh?
I guess. I didn't see that earlier.
She's looking at me like, yeah.
She's like, yeah, I puked, clean it up. That's weird. She doesn't usually.
Go ahead, I'll get it. It's not big.
She doesn't usually throw up.
Yeah.
But see, we've been having problems. That wet food, we've been giving it. I mean, we gave it to Pookie before, but we had been giving it to Beijing. But Beijing can't eat it without throwing up. But Beijing is much older, so I've been giving it to Pookie, and it seems fine. She hasn't like thrown up or anything. So that's like the first time she's thrown up.
More like a hairball. It just came up in one piece.
Oh, okay. Gross. It's live, motherfuckers. Yeah. We have cats throwing up in the background. She must have just done that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I was like yelling at the computer when it happened.
I think it was a hairball because it just came up. It just picked up.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Oh, it's starting to go red. No.
Because I moved.
Yeah, maybe. It's because we said cat hairball or something.
Cat hairball.
Come on.
It's coming back.
Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, we'll get into that because that's like pretty sad.
It probably, if it's skipping, tell us, people. If it's
well, it is obviously because it's okay.
It may or may not be skipping. Sometimes it'll do that, and they can hear us right through it.
Yeah. I mean, I try not to say anything super important.
Yeah, most of the time they can hear us
when it goes red. Because I don't know, like I said, if you guys use OBS, there's a very clear little square right there.
Yeah.
And it goes, it changes color, like, depending on how good the connection is. Right. So as soon as it starts going yellow and orange, I'm just kind of like, oh, no. Hugo asks, what are my top movies of Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee? Honestly, I'm a big fan of Horror of Dracula, which I think in the UK is just known as Dracula, but in the US it's known as Horror of Dracula, the 1957 one. Obviously, that one's amazing. Hound of the Baskervilles, which, like I said, I just saw today, is pretty fucking rad. Big fan of Horror Express, also, which we reviewed that not too long ago, right? That was the one of remember the two of them on the train with the monster in the crate.
Monster, yeah.
And I had forgotten this until I was watching, like, some other thing today about the two of them. And that movie was also loosely based on Who Goes There? The same novel. Right. John W. Campbell, I think, wrote it. Right. That, John Carpenter's The Thing was based on. Which you wouldn't really know if you watched it. But then, once you know that, you're kind of like, oh, yeah, now I can see it. But, yeah, so the two of them are in that. So I really like that one. Also kind of a big fan of The Creeping Flesh, to be honest. I know a lot of people don't bring that one up, but I kind of dig that one. I don't know what it is about it. But, I mean, a lot of the Dracula ones are good. Curse of Frankenstein is great. The Mummy is good, like the version of The Mummy that they did, which had Christopher Lee playing the Mummy. That was also pretty awesome. But, I don't know. Anytime the two of them are in a movie together, it's always, like, a good time. I don't even care what the movie is. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to look, because I have this list down here of, like, all the movies they were in together. And, yeah, we reviewed The Skull, didn't we? That one was alright. I didn't love it, but, I mean, two of them were really good in it. One that I haven't seen that I really want to see is I, Monster, which is, like, Jekyll and Hyde. Both of them were in that. That came in 1971, and I don't think I've seen that one. Dr. Terror's House of Horrors is pretty good, too, now that I'm thinking about it. But probably Horror of Dracula is probably my favorite, but I don't know. There's a lot of other ones that I like in there. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, so we're still green, so that's fine. Yeah, Mango says The Creeping Flesh is a forgotten classic. I mean, I don't know. There's just something about that one I really like. I don't know, I just really like the concept behind it. I think I reviewed it not too long ago. I don't know, I just like that whole thing of, like, that big, huge skeleton and, like, the flesh, like, forming over it. And, like, so I don't know, I really like that one. I first saw that when I was a kid, and then I saw it again later. And I thought that was kind of cool. But, yeah, Horror Express, The Thing's Distant Cousin, yes, as we were talking about earlier. And, yeah, so, shit, I was going to say something. Harry says, I hope Tom gets hellish wasted on tonight's show.
Yeah, I probably will.
He probably will. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Mango says, you've not seen I, Monster. I haven't. I wanted, like I said, I was trying to watch today. I was trying to, catch up on the ones that I hadn't seen. So I did watch The Gorgon today because I hadn't seen that one. And I watched Hound of the Baskervilles. And I was going to watch a couple other ones too, but I didn't have time. But, yeah, I think that's the one that I mainly want to see. Both of them are in that I haven't seen yet. Yeah, Mango says it's a must-see. Yeah, that's definitely next on my list. So, yeah. All right, so you want to get into this?
Yeah.
You got, like, all the angelic light shining on you?
Is it? Yeah, I guess so.
I found Pookie earlier. I went out in the hall, and she was in the gym, like, sitting right exactly, like, in this square of sunlight that was coming in from the window. And she was just like, blah, like, I don't know. She hangs out in here, though, where it's dark. But I guess she wanted to sit in some sunshine.
She's down there getting ready to play.
Yeah? You getting ready to play, Pookie? Feeling all right?
Yeah.
She doesn't usually throw up. Maybe it was just...
It's like a hairball.
We did give her some wet food just now, so... She doesn't usually ask for it this late in the day. I give her some in the morning, so maybe she was just kind of like, oh, I'm hungry, and then she's like, oh, I shouldn't have eaten so much.
Nah. I don't think that's what it was.
She's always asking for food.
Yeah.
Mango says, I think it's on Amazon. I have it on Blu-ray. I will look for it later, because I definitely do want to watch that. Like I said, the ones I watched, The Gorgon and Hound of the Baskervilles are on Tubi for free. Some of the other ones are, on Amazon, but you have to pay, like, to rent them. So there's that. All right, so let's get into Christopher Lee's biography. We'll do that first. Why not? So Christopher Lee, born in 1922 in London. Now, his dad was a First World War hero, a lieutenant colonel on the King's Royal Rifle Corps. And at the time that Christopher Lee was born, his dad was married to an Italian countess, of all things. Countess Estelle Marie.
Okay.
So Christopher Lee is half Italian, in case you did not know. Now, his mom, actually, as many countesses are, quite famous. She was actually distantly related, or actually directly related to Charlemagne, I believe, going back a long way, clearly. And she'd also been painted and sculpted and stuff like that by a lot of different famous artists of her day. So there was that also. So because this was kind of... It's not nobility, is it really? I mean, I guess countess, that's kind of nobility, right?
Well, aristocracy at least.
Yeah, it's aristocracy. So yeah, it was a very aristocratic type of upbringing,
although,
I guess.
In that period, a lot of times, well, actually, the aristocracy, the nobility, basically they were on welfare, basically. They just get a fucking check cut to them.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
They get to live as they have become accustomed.
Yeah, like me.
I wish I could become accustomed to something. I live as I've become accustomed to. Like, I'm accustomed to being broke as shit.
Right. It's kind of like welfare, taxpayer. They were living off of taxpayer money.
Well, the royal family still does, do they not?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was kind of like being a cracker. What do they call them? Like a Kentucky colonel. Yeah. You got the job as a Kentucky colonel. You just walked around and fucking broke ground on new construction and wore a white suit and got paid just to show up to a fucking...
I could do that.
Function.
I don't look good in white, but if I could just do that and have all the money I wanted,
it's a ceremonial position.
I'll do it.
It's a ceremonial position. Yeah.
DJ Maniac. So he's not Chinese and Bruce Lee's dad? Y'all fucking lied to my ass. And he played Fu Manchu. Yeah, that's right. He did play Fu Manchu several times, actually. But that's kind of the thing. I mean, you saw it in Hollywood going way back. Anybody that looked a little bit quote unquote ethnic,
got to play all those roles.
Got to play. They didn't even care what ethnicity you were. You're half Italian, you look kind of exotic.
Yeah.
Let's put some let's darken your face up a little bit and pull your eyelids out and some shit. Now you're Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was half white and half Italian. So there you go. Not Chinese at all. But oh well. What are you gonna do? I kind of feel like Fu Manchu, actually was played by, God, I feel like he was played by a lot of white actors.
Boris Karloff.
Yeah, that's right.
Half British, half Indian.
That's true. Which closer, but still not ideal. But okay, that's a little bit better, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, it was a very aristocratic
just the way it was,
household.
Man.
Yeah,
it wasn't that far back. I mean, man, old fucking Tom Baker, Doctor Who. There was a whole series. It was called the Talons of Wang Chiang, and it was basically a ripoff on Fu Manchu. And they had a British guy dressed up as a Chinese dude with his eyes done and everything. But it was great. It was great. And it didn't have anything to do. It wasn't racist or anything. They were just trying to put a fucking famous actor into a fucking badass role. And
I don't really think they thought of it as problematic like back in the old days.
No, I was respectful. They were fucking doing
They were just kind of like
Chinese
well,
shit.
This is a famous actor and this is a movie that we're making,
and
so
he's going to be in it, right?
He's just
he's going to play this role, and fucking they had all this cool Chinese shit, and it was Chinese stuff from the future that had come back. Actually, no, that was a good series. It was about a traveler who went into the past by accident, and he was to escape in war crimes tribunals, like in the year fucking 21 something, and he ends up in China and impersonates a Chinese demigod, and he has a whole cult and everything. He used technology to keep himself alive into the late 1800s, and that's where fucking Doctor Who meets him and realizes that this dude is from the future. He's a time traveler, but his time travel fucks him up, makes him all kind of twisted. And he had a thing with him called Mr. Sin. It was a little fucking robotic doll. It was a cyborg. It was run by a pig brain, and he was using it as a ventriloquist dummy in his act. But it was going out killing people. It's pretty cool. It could talk, but it was a pig brain running it. It's a good idea when you think about it.
I could believe that the world's being run by a pig brain.
Wasn't a word. Wasn't the world? It was a robot.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was like a cybernetic robot.
Yeah, Oracle says Christopher Lee's Italian ancestry led to him being cast as baddies in the UK because he looked foreign and therefore evil. Yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of that happened.
He just looked British to me. It's funny.
And yeah, well, to us, they all just look like
alike,
British white dudes. But yeah, but I guess over there, he's like, well, he's not quite white enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right,
I guess
so.
he just wasn't.
I think it's coming back.
That might be from the wig, though. I don't know. All right, it's back.
All right, it's back. We don't know what the hell's going on.
It's just making me angry. Maybe my anger is like making it worse.
Poltergeist activity.
Although I wasn't angry before it started doing that. If it would just be nice, I would just be happy about it. But no. Granther says, I wholly reject the notion of blood privilege and the idea of being born into royalty. Yeah, it does kind of blow. I mean, you have all these, like, useless-ass people just, like, laying around. It's like, oh, I was born into this. They don't have to, like, do shit to, like, make any money.
Yeah, well, back in the day,
sad.
they had to fucking actually had to work for that money. They had to be leaders, but then they got retired. A democracy or something. Or
now they just lay around in their palaces.
Well, it's, you know.
And then just get up and shuffle around in their PJs and have tea brought to them. And
well, I think they're venture capitalists now.
Man, I wish I
Running
had a life
banks
like
and
that.
shit.
I would love to just shuffle around all day in my PJs. And, and I was just like, hey, bring me some cookies.
I think they're venture capitalists. They tend to be they're super rich, so they own shit.
Adriana says the reason Christopher Lee is hot is because he's half Italian. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big
I'm
dude
looking at
too.
him right now. He just looks like another white dude. Italians are just white people.
Well, like I said, I guess back then they were a lot more concerned. What did they have, like a little Pantone colored strip thing where just like it's, you know, you are this white, you know what I mean?
I don't know.
Because honestly, yeah, if you had told me, and the same thing about Boris Karloff, you know, if you had told me that he was half Indian, like a long time, like it just never occurred to me. He just looked like a generic. I don't know. It's just something I never really like noticed, I guess. But maybe back then they noticed more. Like I said, they weren't white enough. He looked a little bit. But, you know, I guess. Let's see. All right, so where was I? All right, so this was kind of like like I said, an aristocratic family. So they had a lot of like nobles dropping by and shit like that. Now, Christopher Lee, he had a sister named Xandra. Who was older than him. She was born in 1917. But honestly, when Christopher was 4, his parents actually separated. And for the next couple of years, the kids lived with their mom, the Countess, in Switzerland. And their dad stayed back in London at their old house. And then after 2 years, they were officially divorced. Now, while they were in Switzerland, the Countess put Christopher into a preschool called Miss Fisher's Academy. And it was here that he got his first acting role. He played Rumpelstiltskin in a play. So 1928, they go back to England, and he gets put into a private school. And in 1929, his mom, the Countess, remarried. She married a banker whose name was Harcourt George St. Croix Rose. Jesus Christ, these names. And this is where you're getting the Ian Fleming connection. The stepdad was the uncle of Ian Fleming. So they were essentially like step cousins. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so he was distantly related by marriage to Ian Fleming. So then, after they got married, then they moved to Fulham back in England. And then Christopher Lee goes to a boarding school in Oxford. And so basically he started, like I said, he was kind of into acting a little bit, but I don't think he really saw it as a career prospect until later. I think he just kind of did it, you know, for fun. Although he did actually end up going to school with Patrick Macnee, who, you know, very famous British actor. He was John Steed in The Avengers. Among many other things. Yeah, that guy. So he did, and Christopher Lee makes the joke that, you know, I was in all these things, but Patrick Macnee always got the lead. You know what I mean? Right. Like in the things that they were always in. So, you know. But they were, you know, they actually showed up together in a lot of different plays. Now, this school that he went to was called Summerfields. And it was one of those boarding schools that Then they would send you on to Eton College, which is kind of like the big fancy upper crust, whatever. The thing about it, though, is that Christopher Lee, he goes to do the exam to go to Eton in 1935. And he was really good at a lot of things, but he was terrible at math.
Yeah.
And so that apparently, he didn't get a scholarship because of that, but he was good at everything else, though. Now, so he didn't get a scholarship, so had he wanted to go on to Eton, his parents, he could have, but his parents would have.
I don't know, and I'm not doing anything.
Well, I didn't say you were. I was just
reconnected.
I have no idea.
I don't know why it's doing that. It's it's data. It has something to do with that thing.
Well, I don't know.
That thing connected to that thing inside that thing with the thing.
Yeah, that must be it.
It's that thing.
Thank you for your input.
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's that wireless.
Well, yeah, duh, I know. Honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with like the time because sometimes we stream and it's fine. We have absolutely no problems. And then sometimes, like I was brought up earlier when we did like the Dr. Kellogg show, and it just kept cutting off and kept cutting off. And I ended up like the show being in 4 fucking parts because it just kept disconnecting. So yeah, Sheila Ann said, "What's going on? How's the weather down there?" That's the thing. The weather is perfect.
Yep.
It's like, partly sunny, 69 degrees, no wind.
There's lots of
no clouds, nothing.
There's a lot of construction around here, though.
I don't know. Yeah,
they're building all those houses. Maybe I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But.
They're getting in the way of their fat asses are getting in the way of my wireless. Just they're blocking out the wireless.
Could be that they're building houses in here and it's fucking sucking up all the internet. That the infrastructure wasn't designed for.
Yeah, maybe all the bitches around here are like, well, I kind of think that too, because to be honest, as I said, it seems like a lot of the houses that they're not old, but I think they only got Wi-Fi out here like not that long ago. And it really does seem like they're building houses faster than the shit can keep up. So
they had it out here 10 years ago when I lived out here, though.
Did they?
Yeah.
How good was it?
Not good.
Although you weren't
okay.
Although you weren't live streaming. So.
No, you weren't live streaming. Back in those days, data requirements weren't as great.
That's what I'm saying. So I think it's like not really keeping up.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because we didn't. Okay, I mean, we did have a little bit of trouble like back at the old house, but we've had a lot more trouble since we came here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this is like kind of farther out in the middle of nowhere. It's not in the middle of nowhere. It's just.
It's in between two.
Yeah, it's just in between 2 big towns. It's sort of like rural, but yeah. So let me see. I don't even know where I got cut off. But I was talking about Christopher Lee and wanting to go to Eton and sitting at the exam, but failing out on a scholarship because he sucked at math. And so since his parents would have had to pay to send him to Eton because he didn't get a scholarship, his parents said no, and so he went to Wellington College. Now, when he was at Wellington College, one thing that he turned out that he was very good at, among the million other things that he's very good at, was languages. The bitch speaks 8 languages, 5 fluently, and 3 good enough that he can communicate effectively. Obviously, English, he can speak French, Spanish, Italian, and German. And he could passably speak Russian, Greek, and Swedish.
Okay.
Those 3
languages don't have anything to do with each other.
Somebody did, yeah. So he was really good at that. And honestly, I saw like a little supercut that somebody did on YouTube of him speaking his 5 different, his 5 different languages at various, locations, like when he was older, like at different functions. And in the comments, people whose native languages were French, Spanish, German, Italian, were kind of laughing because they said one of the first things he says, like, "Oh, sorry, my German's not very good," and then they said his German is like perfect. They're like, he sounds like a native speaker. Right. So yeah, he was really, really good at languages. Not so good at math, but okay, you can't be good at everything.
Sounds like me. I'm terrible at math. Languages are easy.
I'm passable at math. It's not my favorite subject, but I wasn't bad at it. Yeah. I was okay at it. I'm better at like more English type things, but I wasn't like
what's hard
math
is when
challenged.
you're jumping from one language to the next, just just like out of the blue with no warm up. You have to like become immersed in it after a while, and then it starts like you start remembering. Because like I don't really speak Portuguese that often anymore. I hear it. If I'll watch Portuguese stuff on like stuff from Brazil on YouTube, and it takes a while to make that adjustment. You know what I mean? You're still like, oh yeah. It starts coming back to you. Used to be I would dream in Portuguese. But it hasn't been that way in a while.
I mean, I kind of feel like that happens anytime you like learn a language when you're younger, and then you don't use it every day.
You're right.
I mean, it's going to kind
of
wither a little bit.
It's easier to fucking start using it. And then Spanish and Italian are so close to Portuguese, and French even. I can understand most of French, but Spanish is easy to understand. Just some of their slangs, like some of their nouns. For certain things, like what the hell is that? You know what I mean? Are you talking about a bowl of soup you've never heard of? That kind of stuff.
We cut off again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, me as an English speaker, other languages that I've tried to learn, the easiest I have to say was Italian. Yeah. And that might have been because I already took 3 years of Spanish and 4 years of French a long time ago when I was a child. So when I tried to learn Italian as an adult, I was like, oh, this is like super easy. Just because a lot of times the word is very similar to a similar word in English or a similar word in French or Spanish. Yeah. And the sentence structure is similar to what I was familiar with.
Yeah. Latin sentence structure is all the same.
That's what. That's why they call them Romance languages, because they're all. Once you learn one,
then everything's masculine.
Because I remembered a lot of stuff from French because I took it for such a long time in school. Yeah. So when I was learning Italian, I'm like, oh, this is like French but easier. It wasn't so much that French was hard; it was the pronunciation I had trouble with. Now, one of the hardest languages that I tried to learn, and I didn't really get very far, was Welsh. I did try to learn like some Welsh when I was over there, but what threw me off with Welsh, I think, was that they have mostly the same letters in the alphabet, but a lot of the letters are pronounced completely differently than they are in English, and that really throws me off. So, like, when you see a word, the way you think it's pronounced doesn't sound anything like the way it's actually pronounced. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like a hard thing to get past. But yeah. So DJ Maniac says at least 3 of us in here speak Deutsch, German. Manga said most Latin-based languages are easy to learn. Yeah, I agree. Like, because, once you learn one, the rules are the same, like, pretty much in the other ones.
They almost always have the same verbs.
Mm-hmm.
Verbs are the same.
Yeah, that's true. So. Yeah. Somebody said too many Y's in Welsh. Jenny, did the mutations in Welsh throw you? Yes. That was another thing. Is that sometimes, depending on which word was, I think this is what you're talking about if I remember, it's been a long time. Sometimes if the word that you were saying had another word in front of it that had another letter at the end, sometimes the first letter of that word would change. You know what I mean? So I was like, how the fuck do you remember this stuff? But honestly, from what I've heard, I'm just happy that I learned English as a native language, because from what I've heard from non-English speakers that had to learn it later, they were like, English is the very hardest language to learn, or at least one of the hardest. I don't know if it's the hardest.
Chinese would be the hardest, yeah.
I guess, but but from what I've heard, like at least among non-Asian languages, that English is very, very difficult to learn. So in a way, I consider myself lucky that.
I don't see why it would be though. Just because the word usage might be weird.
Yeah, maybe. Well, the thing about English is that because we're such a conglomeration of shit from like so many other languages, it's a kludge of a language, which is good in a lot of ways because it's very dynamic. Because it picks up, shit from wherever, it picks up detritus from wherever it needs to. But if you don't know English and you're learning it, it's gotta suck because the rules aren't regular. Like, we have rules, but then there's like, and then now here's this list of all these exceptions to those rules.
Yeah.
Honestly, even people that are native English speakers their English isn't that good. You know what I mean? Like, I run into shit all the time where people who were born in the United States and presumably learned to speak English as their first language, their writing is just, like, grammatically horrific, you know what I mean? So it's like, obviously, they're not even learning it right. So...
I've heard non-English speakers from China fucking say some crazy shit. They're fighting amongst each other about who they should learn English from. And they said, well, the only real English is like from a certain place in fucking in England, like, outside of London. It's a little tiny fucking dialect. They're talking about some kind of posh, twee-ass version of English.
Twee-ass.
Yeah, twee-ass. What they're talking about. The different versions of the different dialects of English, even in the UK alone, are just all over the fucking board, man. A lot of it's fucking trash, too.
The thing about the UK, it's
fucking trash.
Well, the thing about the UK that's fascinating to me is that the UK, is relatively small, but honestly, you're in one town.
Yeah.
You go a couple miles to another town, and the accent is different, and you can tell, and they can tell. You know, they know exactly where you're from when they hear you talking.
That was kind of like that in New England too.
Yeah, well, it's similar. It's similar.
It's always changing, yeah. And you can, it's the same thing in the South. There's different Southern dialect. Some of it's region, some of it's fucking social class. It's going to be different.
Yeah, well, and the UK is like that too.
Right. And what's funny is that when there these fucking
wait, it's 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't know if they can.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can hear you.
We'll just see if we can get it. All right, looks like it's
coming back.
Yeah. I've also seen like so-called this shit's fucking falling on me. Okay. I've seen these so-called linguists try to fucking properly do a southern accent that's like you listen to it and it's fucking an upper class southern accent from 1850 that was only spoken in like Savannah or something, long gone, And then you might have to wonder, well, that might have been from Savannah, or that might have actually just been made up by Hollywood.
Well, the thing, like I said, it's people's accents are just so. Even in the United States, I mean, here it's probably. I don't think people notices it as much because the regions are so much bigger.
Yeah.
But somebody just said that Texas accent, says Oracle.
Yeah.
Texas accents vary wildly. A person from Lubbock sounds nothing like someone from Houston. Yeah, and it's the same kind of thing. And honestly, I don't even know what the fuck. I'm kind of interested if I went somewhere else and like what my accent, because I don't think that I necessarily have a Southern accent, even though I'm from Florida and my dad's side of the family is from Tennessee. I don't really know. Like, I don't know. Like, it's weird because when I went to the UK, like, everybody knew I was American. But one thing that I got a lot, not from everybody, but a lot of people told me, you sound Irish.
Yeah, they used to say that to me when I was up in Boston.
To Welsh people, I sounded Irish.
Yeah.
Which to me was bizarre.
Yeah.
Because I know what Irish people sound like, and I was like, I don't sound anything like that. Not to me, I don't. Like, to my ears, I don't.
Right.
But I don't really know what I sound like. I don't know what my accent is.
And time affects things, too. I heard a recording of a Confederate general. It's an audio recording of him from, I guess, his very early 1900s, and he was still alive. And he sounded like the narrator from Fallout. It sounded like transatlantic.
Which was kind of a big,
against the Union, and
which was kind of a big thing. That's kind of what they taught you, I'm assuming, like in journalism school or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, but there was no Southern drawl.
No.
There was no Southern drawl. And we fought the Union with all our heart. And it's going on, and there's no Southern drawl. That was later.
DJ Maniac says the two accents that have no regional limitations: redneck and gay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess so. I guess that's true.
Yeah.
But I'm actually fascinated by linguistics and just differences in accents and stuff like that. I just think that's like really interesting. But yeah, so Christopher Lee could speak essentially 8 languages, which makes me feel really, really inadequate right now. But you know what I mean. So yeah. Now, at this point, he was really good at that, but he wasn't like a big fan of school, like this particular school, because one of the things was that it was really, and I guess this was pretty common across the board in British schools at this point, even though this was a college, this wasn't like a younger kid school. He was still a teenager though. Very, very harsh discipline. So they still like, you know, beat the crap out of the students, you know, when they did something bad and shit like that. So he hated that. They did like weapons training at the school. He wasn't really into that. They would do like mock battles, and he said he used to like play dead just so he didn't have to do it and all that kind of shit. So he wasn't like really into it. So he left. His dad actually ended up going bankrupt in 1939. So he ended up having to leave college at 17, and he was just kind of like, whatever, fuck it. So he left. Now, at this point, you know, they're like, okay, go get a job. Now, it's summertime, so a lot of the kind of nobody's hiring and shit like that. So he couldn't really find anything. So he ends up going to stay with his sister, who was hanging out on the French Riviera. I think she was just on vacation for some period of time. Now, this is interesting, too. Like I said, it's almost kind of like this dude's biography reads like a novel. You know what I mean? Because he was, like, at these particular places. So he's on the French Riviera. He hears that, hey, they're going to do the last public execution in France. You know what I mean? By guillotine, I'm assuming. So he's like, it's in Paris. So he goes and sees it. So he actually saw the last guillotine execution in France, in Paris. He was there. So, yeah, I mean, he wasn't the only one. There was like a shit ton of people, because obviously you're going to come to see somebody get beheaded. Now, then he goes to southern France, and he stays with an exiled Russian family who were like princes and shit. So again, same problem with the Dr. Kellogg shit.
Yeah, it's green. I'm gonna go get another drink.
All right. Sorry, it's like hopefully you guys aren't missing anything, because usually I'm watching the light. As soon as the light starts turning other colors other than green, I will usually like stop talking so you guys don't miss anything. So, and if I think that you missed something, I'll repeat it. So don't worry too much about it. Hopefully you're not worried about it. But yeah, Tom went to go get a drink, in case you didn't know. So, okay. So at this point, you know, war breaks out. 1939. So, shit. There it goes again. Come on. So Christopher Lee is like, he was, at this point, I think he was still under 18. So he couldn't join up with the regular army because he was too young. So what he did was him and a bunch of his similarly aged friends, come on, you can do it, to Finland, and they were going to fight with Russia at the time. And it cut off again. Come on. Oh, this is so irritating. Come on. Okay, we back? Is it back? All right. Yeah, so, all right. Where was I?
Still cutting off?
Yeah.
Damn.
Did you hope that, like, if you left, it would, like, stop doing it? Your fucking masculine energy is, like, fucking up my Wi-Fi.
That's what it is.
You're
pheromones.
You're blocking my Wi-Fi.
So the domineering pheromones. I come in, it just says fucking blocks all the goddamn internet waves.
He's blocking the internet waves. You might be. I'm not really sure. But yeah. So you missed this part, but so at this point, like when World War II broke out in 1939, Christopher Lee wanted to like do something, but at that point he was like too young to join up in the regular army because he was still like I think he was only 17 at the time. So what he did was him and some of his friends, they went to Finland and they were going to fight with the Finnish army against Russia. That's what they were going to do. So they get there, and the Finnish army is like, well, thank you very much for coming. We enjoy your enthusiasm, but do you kids know how to ski? And they were like, no. And they were like, okay, well, then we can't use you because snow, y'all. So they were like, okay, well, so they kind of got sent away. Go back to England. Thank you, but no. So he goes back to London and goes back to work as an office clerk. So 1940, he's finally he's 18 finally, so he joins the Home Guard. Now, his dad, his original dad, not his stepdad, Geoffrey, died at this point. Now, what ended up happening, though, was that Christopher Lee, I mean, his dad was kind of like a big lieutenant colonel, like in the First World War. Christopher Lee didn't really seem all that, he was like, he admired his dad, but he didn't really want to follow in his footsteps, really. But he feared that because the war was, escalating, that he was going to get drafted, conscripted. So he said he joined the Royal Air Force, the RAF. So that's what he ended up doing. Now, he got his training, and he got stationed to southern Rhodesia. So they send him out on his first solo flying mission. And on that first mission, his vision started to blur, and he started having like blackouts. So he gets back, and the doctor said, your optic nerve is all fucked up, and you should not fly because you can't really see all that good. And he was really devastated by this, because apparently he'd really enjoyed flying in planes and stuff like that. But they said, yeah, it's too dangerous because you can't really see. Your optic nerve is all fucked, and they can't fix it. So he didn't get to. So he got transferred around in Africa with the RAF service, but he was like, I was just kind of like killing time. They didn't really give me anything to do, and he was getting kind of like bummed out about it. So finally they put him, he was like a prison warder at Salisbury Prison in Rhodesia. And from there, he got moved to the Suez Canal Zone, and then he got put to work in intelligence gathering. Now, during this, he was kind of like... Now, he almost got killed like a couple of times during this, because he was with the number 260 Squadron, the RAF, and the Germans like bombed the airfield that he was at. Come on. Come on.
She's putting magic on it. Its data's still going. It's doing magic on it.
Yeah, I mean, I try to keep talking unless it goes to like 0. Let's see, like it did just then.
Right. It went to 0 for a second. It's back.
Yeah.
Why does it hiccup like that?
Because it's an asshole and it hates me. I can't really think of a better reason.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
It's something having to do with hardware. Gotta be.
You don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. But yeah,
just this does it. My tablets don't do it.
All my computers do it.
Do they?
This one, which is new. Yeah, it does. Sometimes it does it. Sometimes it does it.
Very rarely,
that does it.
Yeah.
Not too. It depends on the day, and that computer is fairly new. My Mac does it all the time, but my Mac is super old, so you know what I mean. Magic is real. I wish.
Yeah, magic's real.
I hope it is.
Somebody,
but yeah,
I think her name's Adriana. She asked if the American accent is Irish. No, not really. But the Southern accent is a mutated Irish accent in some ways.
Which maybe, there is some like
what your ethnic background
history to that. So maybe that's what people were when I was in Wales.
They're hearing that.
I think people did hear that because I don't think I sound Irish in the slightest.
When I was in Massachusetts, non Southerners that were up there thought I was Irish because they did have Irish people in the Boston area. They thought I was Irish, but I was like, no, Mississippi and Alabama are kind of like the South Africa of the United States. There's a lot of they're very high numbers of black population. It's black people. It's kind of like the same situation where you have in South Africa where you have blacks, fucking Afrikaners, and fucking Boers. White Southerners are kind of like South African Boers in some ways, but our version of our accent, I try to trace it down. A lot of it has to do with your social class and your family history. If you descend from sharecroppers, you're going to be speaking kind of your accent is going to be a product of kind of like a mutated Irish accent that's been Africanized. And it's because sharecroppers lived right alongside each other, whether they were white or black. And some of them married each other. So, because the South had, later on, segregation was a way to try to reverse the racial interbreeding that had been going on for centuries there. And once that happened, you had special classes of people. People who were red, people who were yellow, octoroons. And it was kind of ended up being something kind of like out of a damn feudal Japan, you know. It was an agrarian society, but language went the same way. That's I guess that's the best way to describe it.
McLeod 2022 says Peter Cushing is the best Doctor Who. In case you guys didn't know, Peter Cushing played Doctor Who in 2 movies. I've seen Doctor Who in the Daleks. I haven't seen the other one. I actually saw it on Riff Tracks. He played him as a human, though, I thought. And Doctor Who is like an alien, right? Or some kind of like interdimensional being.
He's an alien.
And I kind of feel like when Peter Cushing played, although this was like fairly early on in the Doctor Who lore, I guess, so a lot of the rules hadn't been established yet.
Yeah, I don't think his movies are canonical. In the Doctor Who lore, because
I said, I did watch Doctor Who and the Daleks, but it's a goofy ass movie, but I mean Peter Cushing, I'm gonna watch it. It's Peter fucking Cushing, right?
Some of the movies were kind of standalones, and they didn't mesh up with any of the series, and they kind of. You know what I mean? They're kind of like reboots.
I mean, that's okay. Like I said, it's a fictional character.
Right.
I mean, do what you want with it. It's like, no one's going to cry. Victor says, Southern accent is slowed down British accent. You can watch YouTube videos demonstrating this. I should actually watch that because I've heard that too. And like, yeah.
Could be that too.
Yeah.
Although you have to understand that if you look at American history, there are 2 things you didn't want to be, and this is back in the 17 and 1800s. You didn't want to be black, and you didn't want to be Irish. Okay, so a lot of the Irish people that moved here took on English last names and tried to Anglicanize themselves as much as possible. So it's hard to say. I've heard that the Mississippian, it was a race war between white people, English-type Scandinavians in the north, and kind of like Celtic and Germanic people in the South that didn't like each other back in the honky motherland to begin with. All right, that was a big factor too.
Yeah, Oracle says Cushing played him as a human. Yes, I thought that. I mean, I know he did another movie, but I haven't seen that one. I've only seen Doctor Who and Daleks. And she says, but he did bring a delightful, playful energy to the role. I mean, Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, I will watch like shitty ass movies that they're in, just because they never phoned it in, and they're always like the best thing in it. And he was definitely the best thing in it, even though that movie was really not all that good. But you know what I mean. Okay, so where was I? So Christopher Lee, as I said, he's in number 260 Squadron RAF. The airfield got bombed by the Germans, and he almost got killed in that bombing raid. Also, he got malaria quite a lot over 1943, 1944, and had to keep getting sent to the hospital in Carthage for treatment. And at this point, winter of 1943, he got, there was like an officer swap. So he got seconded to the Army, because like I said, he was Air Force. So during that time, he served a year with the Gurkhas, the 8th Indian Infantry Division.
They were like Rangers.
Yeah, and actually did end up seeing some action in the Battle of Monte Cassino. Yeah. Again, almost died when a plane that he was in crashed on takeoff.
When I was in the U.S. Army, we had our own version of the Gurkhas. They were the Micronesians. And in the 506, the unit I was in up in Korea, we had like 6 or 7 Micronesians. And one of them was Gordon. He ended up being a Ranger Sergeant. Cut a dude's thumb off in a fight. It was fucking great. I think I told that story anyway. But those little Micronesians were badass. And the Samoans didn't like them. They were constantly fighting each other. And those Samoans like, we eat those. It's fucking funny as shit. Say, you eat those? Yeah, we eat those little things.
We just pop them in our mouths.
Yeah, we eat those little things.
Like canapes.
Those island boys, man, they were badasses. They were fucking badasses. My hat's off to you islanders. Including the Hawaiians, but the fucking Samoans and the fucking... And the Micronesians are always fucking talking shit. They're all good soldiers, though. Good soldiers. You drink and they fucking lose their minds. But they were good dudes. Good fighters.
All right. So, end of 1944, and Christopher Lee gets promoted to flight lieutenant. And when the war ended in 1945, he actually got a position in the Central Registry of War Criminals of Security Suspects. He was, essentially a Nazi hunter. So what they would do is, his shit was like top secret, obviously. But they would give him like a dossier, and they'd be like, this is what the person did, and like, this is where we think they might be. And like, he had to like try and go and find them. But like, he couldn't really talk about it a lot. So the quote that he gave, we were given dossiers of what they'd done and told to find them, interrogate them as much as we could, and hand them over to the appropriate authority. And then he said, we saw these concentration camps. Some had been cleaned up, some had not. That's all he would say.
Yeah.
So, again, he was very kind of like, but you can, like, read between the lines of that kind of shit. Yeah. So, yeah, he was a Nazi hunter, you guys. Which is pretty fucking awesome. And he hasn't even got to, like, fucking acting yet. So, he leaves the Army in 1946. Now, so he gets out, and he was going to go back to, like, work in an office, and he's like, yeah, I don't really want to do that shit anymore. They asked him if he wanted to teach, because, like I said, he could speak, like, a zillion languages, and, he was all up on his Latin and Greek and his classics and stuff, and they said, do you want to teach that at university? And he's like, well, I don't really know if I want to do that either. He was only 24 at this point, and the story goes that he was having dinner with his cousin, who was the Italian ambassador to England. And his cousin looks at him and says, have you ever thought about being an actor? And Christopher Lee said, honestly, no. I hadn't really thought about it. And then his cousin says, well, maybe you might want to think about it. The weird thing about it is, like, when Christopher Lee started out, he's like, he hadn't really thought about it prior, even though he'd kind of done it in school, just kind of as a lark. But he's like, the more he thought about it, the more he kind of liked the idea. He's like, when he first started out, though, he's like, what he used to get all the time, you're too tall to be an actor, because he's 6'5". Yeah. And
no, you could be an actor.
Well, he's like, it was an impediment. Yeah. But I mean, people that wanted to work with him like would work around it, but they would usually have to work around it. Like, well, you have to sit the whole time or some shit like that. It would be shit like that. But he did kind of
the right role.
Yeah. But he did kind of have problems at first. So, but like I said, he hadn't really thought about it previously, but the more he thought about it, the more he was kind of like, yeah, I kind of like that idea. Okay. So he brings it up to his mom, the Countess, and the Countess is like, oh no. Because, she's a Countess. We don't want any actors in our family. I kind of feel like it was probably like, and honestly, and his mom, I maybe told him this too, but they thought maybe he was not only too tall, but too quote-unquote foreign looking. Even though, like I said, to me, he doesn't look foreign.
That looks like
in relation to me. He doesn't look any more foreign than I look.
Well, we come from a background where there's Europeans and all the different
That's
kinds
what I mean.
of people.
Maybe because we grew up in the United States, and I'm just used to like seeing. I mean, I'm
very tolerant.
I went to school even back in the 70s and 80s with all kind of different kids, and I never even thought about it.
We have all these friends. We didn't even notice that they're Latin. We didn't even notice.
Sometimes I find out years later.
You're like, you're Latin? I didn't know that. Yeah.
That they're like half Mexican or something. Yeah, like, really? I didn't know that. Well, okay. It just never came up.
We're all in the same scene. We're all listening to the same music. We all have the same culture and listening to the same music, and they're just everybody's cute. So you don't even think about it.
Nobody thought about it.
Nobody even thought about it.
It's just funny, and that's kind of like what I thought about with Christopher Lee. And like I said, same thing with Boris Karloff. When I found out he was half Indian, I was just kind of like, oh, it literally like never occurred to me.
It was when Michael from A Starry Night says, "Man, it's good to come hang out with you white people." I was like, what? And I'm looking at him, I go, oh yeah, they're all Latins.
Yeah, it's like, wait, you're not white? Oh yeah, that's right.
You guys are white too, goddammit. You're playing white music. They fucking love that shit though.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just funny. But yeah, it's just funny that Christopher Lee, I mean, back at that time, in the 40s, was considered too foreign looking and also too tall. Which, like, I get that, because 6'5", that's pretty tall. So I can see how, like, a lot of people wouldn't want to cast you because everyone is, like, a foot shorter than you are. And, you know, it's going to be, like, awkward looking. I get that. So he said he did have some problems, but, you know, people worked around it. Like I said, they had to, like, sit him down.
Yeah, but you can also, 6'5", you can use that to your advantage in certain roles.
Well, he did. He ended up using that to his advantage. Because, like I said,
that's
look.
who you want for Dracula.
Yeah, because look how fucking imposing he is. That's a scary-ass Dracula. I mean, I love Bela Lugosi. He brought his own, like, fucking energy to it. Yeah. But Christopher Lee, I think, was, like, the scariest Dracula. Yeah. And also kind of the sexiest Dracula. You know?
Bela, really, he only...
Frank Langella's pretty foxy, too, but Christopher Lee, I don't know. I don't know if you could beat that.
Bela had the voice and the mannerisms. He had the face.
Yeah.
I mean, he was good. Though he... I know that they tried to reboot over and over again him as a Dracula, as a fucking Dracula knockoff. But I've only seen him as Dracula. I haven't seen it in the other movies where Bela played a vampire. There's supposed to be another one that's pretty good where he's got a little mustache and a goatee. It's supposed to be pretty good, but I haven't seen it.
Which one? White Zombie?
Is it? No, he's a vampire.
Oh.
He did some. See, they had licensing.
Well,
problems.
he did. Yeah, he did fuck tons of other movies. I thought. Well, like
no, as a vampire.
Oh.
Bela Lugosi as a vampire.
Oh, okay.
They kept trying to redo that, but they had licensing problems. They couldn't call him Dracula. They couldn't do a bunch of shit. But I heard there's like one or two out there that he did that were worthy fake sequels to Dracula. Have you seen them?
I don't think so.
I mean, thought one of them where he had a little goatee or something, and they gave him another name like Count something or other, but they couldn't use the word Dracula.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, Nosferatu ran into that problem.
It was copyrighted.
But the only thing, I mean, the first thing that springs to my mind when you said goatee was White Zombie, where he played.
I might have been thinking about.
But he wasn't a vampire in that.
No,
he was like a zombie,
right.
dude. Like he had like he made it was like a Haitian voodoo.
Bela did evidently Bela did a couple more vampire movies, but they had to change up his appearance and they couldn't call him Dracula, and they're supposed to be pretty good.
Well, I have to look that up because, like I said, I mean, he was in fuck tons of movies, and I can't like remember all of them.
Yeah, I figured you had seen them.
I probably did. Okay. But to be honest with you, I'm almost 50 years old and I've seen so many horror movies in my life that some of them like blend together.
Look at Pook. Look at those. What the fuck? I wish you could take the camera and just show them fucking what she did.
She's back there.
Yeah.
With her legs like
sticking up in the air and shit.
Since
she's looking at me. Well, yeah, we're talking about you. She knows when you're talking about her. She's like, huh?
She's like laying her with her little belly sticking out and her little back legs like out like different colors.
I wonder why it didn't turn red. There it is. It must be back.
Yeah.
What's up, Poke? Poke, you're fucking crazy. Yes, you are insane.
She is kind of crazy.
Yeah, she's crazy. So I guess we're back.
Yeah, we are. I think so.
All right.
So yeah. Obviously, like I said, mom's a countess. She's like, I don't want any actors in my family. That's like, I don't know if she said this, but she was like, that's kind of like lower class. You know what I mean? Too foreign looking, too tall, all this other kind of shit. But she like bitched about it so much, apparently, that Christopher Lee was like, well, I'm gonna do it just to spite you. I don't know if he said it like that, but you know, he was just kind of like, well, now I really want to do it because you keep like fucking shitting on me about it. So he actually ends up at the end of 1946. He joins like an acting company. So, or an acting school of some type. So he spends the next couple of years like learning acting, and he did like a lot of shit around, he kind of worked his way up. He would do shit like, keeping the theater stage clean, like sweeping it. Actors that were on stage, he would hold up their cue cards. He would do that kind of shit. And so eventually they started giving him like little parts in some of the plays and shit like that. And Jenny is a praying mantis while frozen. Oh, it must have frozen when I was going like that. Like what Pookie was doing. All right. Now, just as his mother said, his height did actually kind of work against him to a degree. Because, like I said, 6'5" is pretty fucking tall. So, you know, like I said, casting directors were like, you know, we kind of like you, but you're a little tall. But they, like I said, they had to work around it. So, so he would have to, like, sit down and give his lines and shit like that. He started out, as a lot of actors do, like, his early roles uncredited. And some of them he was in some shit in films and then they would cut it out later. But, you know, that's kind of how it goes when you're making your mark, I guess. His film debut was actually in 1947 in a movie called Corridor of Mirrors. And in this movie, he played a guy named Charles, and the director got around how tall he was by sitting him down through the whole entire scene in a nightclub. So he wouldn't look taller than the other actors that he was talking to. What happened?
I'm going to make somebody a moderator.
Oh.
They're asking.
Who's that?
Keith.
Okay.
Horner. I called him Keith.
Okay.
I can't do it.
Here.
Okay.
Well, you just could have just told me to do it. And I would
I
have
didn't
done it.
see.
Add moderator. There you go.
Got it? All right.
All right.
All right, there you go. There you go, Murder Hornets.
Then you went red again.
Yeah.
Because we fucked with it.
Fuck that shit up.
We
It's
messed.
green.
We
It's
messed
green.
with
It's
the
green.
juju.
Is that what it is?
I guess. I don't really know. I'm hoping that it doesn't like cut off to a point where I have to like do another part because that's a pain in the ass. So yeah. So he's in this movie. He had one line in that movie, and he had to sit down the whole time. But you know that was his film debut, so you know. He was also in Captain Horatio Hornblower in 1951. Played a Spanish captain because he could speak Spanish and fence, which is all the director cared about. And he's like, okay, you're in. So that's what he did. He was also in Quo Vadis from 1951, although he was uncredited. That was shot in Rome. And during the 1950s, from, you know, early 50s onwards, next decade or so, he was in about 30 movies. Although he usually played background characters, kind of stock action characters, that type of thing. He also had some other early roles, and this is kind of where we're getting into him and Peter Cushing's careers overlapping, because some of his, hey, it's a friendship.
Hold on.
It's beautiful. It's lovely. I'm kind of running out of drink. Are you gonna?
I'll get some.
Oh, okay. Man, your shit's
almost come back.
Your shit's almost empty.
Yeah.
But yeah, so some of these early roles that he was in were also early roles for Peter Cushing. Although in their very early movies, they weren't really in the same movie in the sense that they were like in. So the first of these was actually the very famous Hamlet from 1948, the Laurence Olivier Oscar-winning adaptation of Hamlet. Both Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing were in this, although both of them, as I said, were minor roles, and I don't believe they met each other on set. I don't even know if they were they were there on the same day or whatever. Both of them were also in a movie called Moulin Rouge in 1952. Christopher Lee actually played George Seurat, the artist, and Peter Cushing played another character who was like a fictional character, because like I said, that was kind of based around, you know, Toulouse-Lautrec and all those kind of artists at the time going on around the Moulin Rouge and all the kind of absinthe houses back then in Paris. And so he played a fictional character in that, and Christopher Lee was also in it as well. They were also both in a movie called Alexander the Great from 1956. Now, right here in 1957, this is kind of where Christopher Lee's and Peter Cushing's legends, I guess, began and were cemented. 1957, Christopher Lee gets hired by Hammer Film Productions, which is kind of like new at the time. And what they were going to do was they were trying to do a more modern interpretation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. They wanted to do it in color, they wanted to do gore and all kind of this kind of stuff. It was like a new thing they were going to do with it. They were kind of playing on the Universal stuff, but they wanted to like update it for the modern era. So Christopher Lee got cast as the monster because he's 6'5". Now, I think there were some kind of legal issues, I guess, with Universal, who I guess at that point still sort of low-key had the rights to the Frankenstein monster. And for real, like the Jack Pierce makeup, with the iconic Boris Karloff makeup with the square head and the bolts and everything, that was copyrighted, so they couldn't use that. So actually, Christopher Lee appearing as the monster in the 1957 one looks more zombie-like, I guess, or like monster-like than the more stylized Universal one. Oh, we went down to 0 again. Fuck, man. So this first movie, in which Lee played the monster, was called The Curse of Frankenstein. Now, Peter Cushing also cast as Dr. Frankenstein in this, and this was actually the movie on which they met one another. Now, the story goes, Christopher Lee said this in his biography, I think. So they were both on the set of The Curse of Frankenstein. This is a new studio, Hammer Films. This was, I don't think it was their first film, but, they were very new as a studio. And so Christopher Lee comes in, and he says, this is a quote, "Our very first encounter began with me storming into his dressing room and announcing in petulant tones, 'I haven't got any lines,' because he was the monster. He, meaning Peter Cushing, looked up, his mouth twitched, and he said dryly, 'You're lucky, I've read the script.' At which point, they became pretty much friends for life. And it was friends for life because they were actually like best friends until Peter Cushing died in 1994. So I fucking love that story, how they met each other. That's so fucking cute. I mean, the thing about playing Frankenstein's monster, because I think, I don't know how true this is, but I know in Tim Burton's Ed Wood, they kind of like talked about how Bela Lugosi didn't want to play Frankenstein's monster because, there's no lines, it's all grunting and blah, blah, blah. And okay.
Damn, motorcycles.
All right, son, whatever.
Showing off.
But so it was kind of a thing where, Christopher Lee had been in, 40 something movies at this point, and he's like, now I'm playing Frankenstein's monster, and I'll get to talk. And he was kind of upset about it, clearly. But I don't know. But the thing about playing the monster, though, and I know in the novel he talks, but they don't usually do that in the movies. So I do kind of feel like there is something about physicality, though. And honestly, I don't know, I'm not an actor, but I kind of feel like it would be more of a challenge because there's a lot of shit you have to convey without saying anything. Language and like facial expressions and shit like that. So I would I don't know, I would kind of like think of it as a challenge, but I can see how a lot of actors be like, yeah, I don't even get to talk and that sucks, but went down to 0 again. Oh, that tastes like tequila.
Oh, did I give you tequila? I probably gave you tequila.
That's tequila.
I'll take it.
Oh.
Yeah, I gave you tequila.
Oh, that's awful.
It's all right. I was almost out, so.
He made me a drink, and I just drank it, and I was like, oh my god, that's tequila. Blah. Oh my god, I hate tequila. But, yeah, he's only had one, well, I thought he'd only have one drink, but I guess he's had more than that. But yeah, so they met on The Curse of Frankenstein, super cute, and their friendship, like, lasted forever. So yeah. And honestly, like, Christopher Lee goes on to say, like, after he said that about Peter Cushing saying, yeah, you're lucky I've read the script, you're lucky you don't have any lines. And Christopher Lee says, it was a typical wry comment. I soon found Peter was the great perfectionist who learned not only his own lines, but everybody else's as well, but withal had a gentle humor, which made it quite impossible for anybody to be pompous in his company. And one thing, and everybody that worked with Peter Cushing said this, nobody ever said a bad word about the dude, not that I could find. They never said that he was difficult or anything like that, but they said that he was very much a perfectionist, and that he was very... The worst thing I saw, said about him was that he was a quote-unquote fusspot. In the sense that he was just very meticulous about his own costuming, about his own lines, and because he learned everybody else's lines and he learned everything else too, he would give he would give advice about, it's like, oh, let's do this with the costume, or let's do that with the costume and stuff like that. But he was so nice about it that nobody really seemed to have like felt like he was stepping on their dicks or anything. But he was just wanted this shit to be as good as it could be. And he seemed like very good at conveying that to people without seeming arrogant or like he was telling people their job or anything. He was just like giving people like advice. You know what I mean? But like I said, I couldn't find anybody that said a bad word about the dude.
You know what's funny?
Him or Christopher Lee, honestly.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
Those ice makers that we got, they're like becoming a thing. A dude that I subscribe to that just moved here in Florida, he's a big YouTuber. He's got millions of followers. Says, yeah, I'm sitting there drinking my tequila in Miami with my ice maker going. See, he had to be talking about the same thing. People are buying ice makers.
I didn't even, honestly...
It's a good idea.
I mean, I'm probably, like, slow on the uptake, but because I never thought about it, I didn't even know that they made those.
That's a good idea.
Until recently. Because I'm like, oh, yeah, duh, I guess.
Instead of having to go down to the refrigerator and go
They
get
make
some
everything
ice,
nowadays.
you just got a fucking little box that sits there, and if you pour water in it, it just fucking makes ice.
I mean, as soon as I get up in the morning, I get up at, like, 6:30, 7 o'clock, and I pour water in it and turn it on. I got ice all fucking day. I got ice water. I can have iced coffee. That's all. That's all I ever drink during the day, honestly.
Yeah.
Ice water.
Ice makers are
coffee.
a thing now. Their ice makers are a thing now.
Yeah,
They're not
like,
expensive for $90. I mean,
I'm too lazy to go all the way downstairs. Yeah. We have the fridge that makes ice, but I'm too lazy to go.
For $90, you can have a fucking ice maker in pretty colors right there. You just.
Although I'm still mad that you didn't get the red one.
I'm gonna get a red one.
Cause look, I love red.
Yeah, we're gonna get a red one.
This isn't my real hair, by the way.
We'll retire that one for party duty.
Party.
So if we have a party, we'll fucking set them up. They'll just have shit making ice.
One of these days, we need to have a party.
Yeah, we'll have a party.
We will. When this house is kind of furnished, which it's not.
Well, there's more stuff we gotta buy. Yeah.
I mean, this room is furnished.
Yeah.
But that's because.
Yeah.
This is the room where we work,
and
it's like that's where it's going to be on camera. So I wanted it to look good, so I did this shit first.
Once we get enough super chats to furnish the place, we'll have a fucking
seriously
party.
The bedroom.
We'll bring Zach. And
the bedroom has a bed, a TV, and a tiny little thing in the corner that has like cat treat things on it. That's it. That's all. We don't have any art on the walls. We haven't painted it. Nothing.
No,
it's like it's so abandoned.
I gotta paint it first.
Well, that's why I got you that. That's why I got you that gift card to buy paint.
Yeah, but we need to replace some fucking.
Well, you don't have to buy paint with it. I just said. Okay, you can buy shades.
Gotta get some blinds. We need 2 blinds. But no, I had Tila and her husband over here. Everybody can come over, and then all our goth friends will be here, and it'll be a big fucking orgy.
We should.
And
we should have one big fucking rager.
Just big
Everybody, we'll plan for it for like
orgy.
6 months.
Yeah.
We'll invite like all our friends locally that we know. We'll invite all you guys that can get down here.
Yeah.
And it'll be like a whole. It'll have to be like super.
We're gonna bring all these damn cam girls and porn stars over here.
We're gonna have to like put a bouncy castle in the yard. I don't know.
Bouncy castle out there.
I don't know.
Yeah. We'll have some bands show up and tear this place up. They were pretty good last time we had them over, though. They didn't trash the place.
I was actually shocked.
Yeah, they trashed place.
We haven't had a party in a while.
Yeah.
But honestly, our friends still talk about the party that we had. How many years ago was that?
4 or 5 years ago.
That was a while back.
Yeah.
And people still talk about that. And yeah, and when we told them, oh, we just bought a new house, and they're like,
the party?
Party.
Yeah.
And yeah, remember that last one you had? I was like, dude, that was like years ago.
Yeah.
But they're still like talking about it. But I have to say that even like a lot of people came to that party.
Well, we had a DJ and a smoke machine.
We had people, like, who are you? Yeah. We had people like show up, we didn't know who they were.
Yeah.
We had a DJ, we had a smoke machine, we had shit like, people were there until like, we had people there until like morning, and we were just kind of like, okay, well, you have to go now. Cause
I had Indian buffet going. They were fucking tearing.
But
some of it was vegan. They were tearing that shit
when
up.
everybody left, finally, I was like, wow, this house is like surprisingly not trash. Yeah. Nothing was broken.
Yeah.
The only thing, we just had to clean up, like, plastic cups and shit. And the only thing that was dirty was people, like, tracking dirt in from, like, outside. Because they went out on the patio to smoke pot or whatever. Yeah. And they would, like, track dirt in. But that was it. Nothing was broken. Nobody, like, fucked anything up. Nothing.
All goth dudes and fucking bands and porn stars. Misfit Toys was here. All their fucking stripper girlfriends were here.
Everybody was here.
They were all here.
Well, not here, but at our old house.
In the old place, yeah.
Everybody was there.
Yeah, it was a good night.
I mean, that was a really, really fun party.
I had Little Swole as a bodyguard.
That was a really fun
I was trying to kick that dude out, and Little Swole fucking back. No, you getting the fuck out of here. You getting the fuck out of here.
Well, because some people came and we were like,
didn't want to go.
Well, and some people came that we didn't know who they were because some people apparently just heard about it or
they showed up. Right,
like it was like a friend of a friend and they heard about it and they turned any party. So they turned up. But honestly, we didn't have to kick anybody out really.
I had to turn down at least 20 people.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, sorry, man, you're not cool enough. That's not what I told them, but that's what it was. Because the fucking, you know what I mean? We had about 40 or 50 people over. So you got limited space. You can't keep an eye on everybody.
Yeah, you don't know what they're up to. Yeah. It's like, are they fucking trashing my shit?
There's like some shit
planting drugs in my house.
Boogie nights.
Shit? Thank you, Tila.
Thank you, Tila.
You're giving a party. Who are your two dream guests? This is for the chat.
You and your husband are our dream guests. I'm gonna have y'all show up here.
That would be
your
good.
Husband show up.
That would be good.
And you're gonna have a Florida party.
Mango says I'd fly over from the UK for that party.
Yeah, okay, all right, no, come on down.
And then No Need for Me Too says I'd love to do a road trip out to you guys. I can do it if you plan it out far enough.
Yeah.
Give me a year and I'll help bankroll it. Even.
Well, we've already had.
You know what we should do?
We've already had people want to meet us up at the club, and I says, look, when you're in Florida, he's gonna be here soon. I said, when you're in Florida, give me a heads up, and I'll meet you.
You know
his girlfriend.
You know what we should do? I know it's
named March,
yeah. But it'll be here before we know it.
Right.
We should have the world-ending Halloween party. That'll give everybody like time to prepare. It'll give me time to prepare. Give everybody time to prepare.
I gotta see the house will be ready by then.
That's Halloween though. That's like a few. I mean, it's already March. Which does, I mean, it seems like a long time till Halloween because it's really
Man,
really
I gotta paint this place with some furniture I gotta buy.
Maybe.
Gotta finish.
I mean,
that.
we could like, it looks good in here.
The front, the front. They get the cement poured out there. I want to repaint that driveway. I'm gonna put that shit in some fucking black latex or fucking gray latex. Or something. I don't like that bare concrete out there. I want that bitch looking classy.
I don't love it either. But like I said, I don't really want to. I don't know. It's going to be really expensive because like that driveway is so long.
And it would be nice to have a couple of fucking, like you said, kind of like hide-a-beds like that in here. So
I did buy. It's not a hide-a-bed, but it's like a leather couch. Or like a vinylish couch. It's not super comfortable, but you can sleep on it if you had to.
If we have people coming here from other countries,
I just bought that. $240.
If we have people coming here from other countries or other states, if it gets down to that, we're gonna let y'all stay here. Come here early, get ready for the party, and then you guys can crash here. And then you might be here for a couple of days if it gets down to that. So, you gotta have a place for y'all to stay. I don't want to spend you guys spending fucking $125 a night at some of these hotels around here. But this place is bad.
There aren't any hotels around here.
No, there are.
I mean,
it's up at the town over there, and they're
in Mount Dora.
Mount Dora, and they're expensive. Mount Dora is a British style.
Well, it's kind of like a lot of people like to go there to like antique and stuff. I kind of feel like that's what Mount Dora is known for. Yeah. It's not that far from here. It's only like
you can go look on Google Earth and look at Mount Dora.
And we're not horribly far from downtown Sanford.
Yeah.
Although downtown Sanford doesn't really have any.
Fucking plan that shit out for a time where there's club events and the party and all that shit is packed within about 4 or 5 days. You know what I'm talking about? So we have like a week of it. That's what you do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do that,
where Starry Night's
I want this to be like a vacation destination.
Yeah. Where you got a Starry Night playing live, maybe over what you call it. You know what I mean? We have a Starry Night coming at Will's Pub. And then a club night. And then a party night. and then something else, and then they can go. And they're
See,
here
that's
for
why
3 or
I'm
4
saying
years.
around Halloween, because there's
Right.
always good shit going on around Halloween.
We'll see.
I'm just saying. And that gives us some time
The stars have to align.
We'll see. But like I said, I mean, we had like an epic fucking party at our old place.
Yeah.
And this place is like 50% bigger.
Yeah.
We have so many more rooms.
No, it's 100% bigger. It's twice the size.
It's not twice the size.
It's not twice the size?
It's the size and a half bigger. Yeah.
Okay.
It's 50% bigger.
Okay.
I figured it out. I'm good at
All
it.
right.
What about a Holiday Inn Express?
They got them around here. They got shit like
Do they
that.
have some like up in
They have
Mount?
bed and
I kind of
breakfasts
feel
around
like
here.
the closest one would probably be Mount Dora. I think
Yeah.
Mount Dora has some
Dora
hotels
has all kinds of
and some
stuff.
bed and breakfast because a lot of people go there to like for antiquing and whatnot.
Just look
'cause
at Mount Dora, Florida. Fucking Google
That's
Earth that shit.
fairly close.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
That's fairly close.
Yeah.
Or Sanford is fairly close as well, and there's an airport in Sanford,
Yeah.
which is not horribly.
Yeah,
far.
you don't fly into Orlando. Fly into Sanford. It's a much better.
If you
flight.
can, it's
Yeah.
much. Well, I
Easy.
don't know if it's cheaper, but it's easy.
No, it is cheaper.
Sometimes,
It's cheap,
depending on where
depending
you're
on
coming
flight.
from. Depending
Right.
on where you're coming
Yeah.
from. But we did usually advise people, please fly into Sanford
It's a private. It's almost kind of like that. That's where the rich people fly.
because it's very small.
Very small, and it's still an international airport kind of deal.
You usually have to get a transfer through Atlanta
Yeah.
because Atlanta is kind of like the main hub in this part of the country. But and I think that a couple times when I was looking for a cheaper flight to New York City, I flew from Sanford to Atlanta and then to New York, and it was actually cheaper than flying out of Orlando, and it was like easier because
Yeah.
Sanford, like I said, it's much smaller. There's only one terminal. It's not overcrowded. The Orlando airport, while not obviously the same size as Atlanta
Yeah.
or London or Denver or some other airports I've been to that are a fucking nightmare, Orlando airport is still kind of a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. No, Tila, I'm not ass kissing. She says Tom's a great ass kisser. No, I'm not ass kissing. You and your husband come down here. You and your big old fucking 6 foot something old white husband come here and fucking. We're gonna get this shit. I'm gonna get that shit on video. It's gonna be some interracial shit going on in the house. It's gonna be a fucking whole.
He's gonna install video cameras throughout the whole entire house,
I'm gonna
whether
be there
you know it or
It's
not.
gonna be a whole.
You're essentially
fucking-
signing a
whole
privacy waiver.
Semi drugged induced fucking dance orgy. Okay, with fucking. It's hot. The last fucking party was very hot. It was very hot. Very hot. Y'all enjoy it.
That was a good
There'll
party. Like
there'll be people fucking in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. They're all fucking cool. It's like some shit from fucking. It's like some shit out of the movies. The last one was like some shit out of the movies. The neighbors like, what the fuck is going on? I had Dimitri here.
we had DJs and fucking
I had
DJ
Dimitri-
lights and
yeah.
all kind of shit.
I had Dimitri here from fucking iBar, fucking banging a laser light system and a smoke machine, and the smoke was fucking setting off a smoke alarm, and it was
remember that.
fucking going out the front door into the damn fucking lawn and shit, and all our fucking high caliber neighbors at that last one were like, what the fuck is going on there? And I'm like, hey man, the Pakistanis had a wedding last week, and that shit was fucking off the chain, so we're partying here. This is some
I have to say though, like our neighbors were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were cool.
Nobody
right?
called the cops.
No,
Nobody.
It was no.
Well, our neighbors at that time,
Right.
they had a lot of parties. Of
When
their
you're in
own.
these little enclosed communities,
fine.
these little Florida enclosed communities, they're very fucking forgiving of the neighbors. You know what I mean? You're all in the same homeowners association, and I joined the Facebook and the Facebook group for the place, and they know that we're here. You know they got fucking fitness chicks in here, fucking bumping steroids and selling fucking fitness programs right here in this thing. They got an IFBB bodybuilder fucking chick in here, trying to sell her shit over the fucking
Okay.
Black Bear. I want to
say thank you. Next Dimension Media gave us a super chat.
All right.
Would love Halloween party. I drive down from Atlanta for that.
Would
Hopefully Tom will think I'm cool enough to let in.
Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, for real.
No, if you're a listener, if you're
My
a
sister
listener
lives in
and
Atlanta,
everything-
by the way.
I make reservations. If you're a listener and I make reservations, then you can come.
You guys are cool.
If you're gonna come, you come. Yeah.
I mean, you're here, so obviously you're cool enough to like be here.
We've been doing this show for years.
Yeah, since
Yeah.
2016.
The thing is,
summer of 2016, we started doing the show.
The thing is, though, it
changed a lot since then, but yeah, we've been doing it since then.
The thing is, though, is it would have to be an off a chain type of fucking situation, where it's gonna go on for fucking 4, 5, or 6 days.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If people are gonna come from everywhere,
then you guys are gonna see everything.
Then it's gonna be like a whole experience.
Right. We're gonna go out and go meet the fucking bands.
So we have to have a whole experience.
And then you're gonna go to the fucking.
Sure.
And I'll introduce you to Big Tom. We'll go to Mannequins. Because iBar's gone. That shit's closed.
Well, they're moving it.
Yeah.
I heard where they were moving it, but I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to say. But
we're gonna see how it goes.
It'll be all right. I think it'll be all right.
Right.
But yeah, well, somebody asked. I think on our yesterday matinee, somebody said, "Well, how was the night that we went out?" Because remember, like after the sidetrack show, we went out.
It was huge.
Yeah, it was fun. Although honestly, I drank so much on the show.
Yeah.
I got there. I had one drink.
Oh, we're talking about the Mannequins.
Yeah, and then I made Anna just give me water the rest of the night.
Yeah, and I started getting tired once I got there. I was like, I gotta get out of here.
Well, yeah, because I felt kind of like tired on the way there. Because I'm like, man, I'm already kind of tired and kind of drunk. And I was like, I kind of want to go, but blah, blah, blah. And then we went, and I was like, man, I don't feel that good. But then, like, when we got there, like, the music was really good. I'm like, all right, I'm into this.
Our friends weren't there.
Well, some of them were. Some of them were.
Our good friends weren't there. Yeah.
But it was still, like, fun. The music was good. But I could only drink like one. I drank one Jack and Coke, like barely. Like I kind of just sipped at it, and I was just kind of like, just keep the water coming. Right. I just drank water all night.
The thing is about driving here from a place like Atlanta, if you actually fucking divvied up what it would cost you in gasoline, you could probably fly here cheaper.
It depends, like I said.
No, you can fly here cheaper. I think gasoline's fucking almost three something a gallon, and. You could probably fly into Sanford. If you did it right, if you did it way in advance. If we had a date and did it a couple months in advance, like I did to my dad's place, I think I did round trip from here to Mississippi was only like fucking $200, wasn't it? 200.
It was pretty cheap.
It was like $100 each way.
Because I remember like booking you that flight.
Right.
Because we booked it like the day that you got that phone call.
Yeah, and it was like $100 each way. And
I think it was $130 something.
Was it $130 each way?
Something like that.
Each way or round trip?
No, I think that was round trip.
See, there's no way you could drive it for that cheap.
Holy shit. Okay.
What was that?
Thank you, No Need for Me Too. Here's another vote for world ending get together with y'all in a year or so. I'll bring the herb. Okay, thank you very much.
Tony C
just sent us $100. That shit's red.
I can't understand it. It's red.
I've never seen red.
Is that Tony?
I thought something was like dangerous.
Tony, is that an error? Was that supposed to be $10?
Holy shit!
God damn! We'll send it back.
I'm having a flashback to. Do you remember? Like you guys know, we love Dan Bell.
Yeah.
Dan Bell, one time, somebody sent him $500 mistakenly.
Yeah.
And he felt so bad. And, like, she was like, oh, shit, I meant to send you, like, $5, I guess, or 50, I don't, or something. And she accidentally sent 500. Don't super chat when you're drunk, though. And, you know, we've all been guilty of it. I've been there. But you know what I mean? So he was like, there was this whole saga about him like trying to get her money back because
it took him a long time to do it.
Well, the thing about it is like super chats, you don't get them immediately. You get them. I don't know if you guys know, but if you have a YouTube channel, you get them the same time that you get your Google AdSense money. So it usually just comes in one big bulk, payment on. The 21st of the month they usually send it. So it's all the people that clicked on your ads or interacted with your ads or whatever, and all your super chats come in on the 21st. So if somebody sent you a super chat, you don't actually get it until the 21st of the following month. So he was trying to explain that to her.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh shit. And she seemed to like realize at the time, and I was like, oh my God, I felt so bad for like everyone involved. But holy crap, if that was legitimate,
thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. You're awesome. That's the first time that's ever happened, and I was like freaking out because I was like, why is it red?
It's red because it's
that usually means something bad. That usually means something bad. Yeah, No Need for Me Too says they're so drunk that they haven't noticed. See, that's what I'm worried about. Because honestly, I've done some shit online. I've ordered shit online. We've all ordered shit online when we're drunk that we didn't mean to order. Well, I haven't, but some people have. Oh my
I don't
God.
know who Tony is. Tony just jumps out of nowhere. Everybody's going, "Oh shit! Damn!
Yeah.
Damn! Did you see that?"
I mean,
Tony's like, "Nah, man, nah, man, it's not." I guess you know.
is it okay? Is it okay?
It's all right. Tony's a high roller, bro.
Okay.
So you just jump in the chat. We don't even know who Tony is. He's like,
Jump in the chat.
In the chat. I said it with a C. In the chat.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like William Shatner.
He just jumps in the chat with fucking $100 out of nowhere, getting the motherfucker's attention.
I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's the biggest
awesome.
super chat we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, for real.
Because I've been listening since 2018 before the Gay Pope, when Tom was really, really quite in the background. You kept me company when I worked late in my cabinet shop for many years. Okay, thank you, Tony.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, well, you're a long-term listener. That was back when fucking AGP was on. AGP, look, AGP and I, we're friends on Facebook, and that bitch is always jumping in. Tom, you know, if you were gay, you'd be on testosterone. And I keep blocking his ass. Because it just tells me that, you know, Tom, you're getting pretty hot, but if you were really fucking hot, you'd be on test. I'm like, bitch, get the fuck. And I block him. Okay? I silence his ass on Facebook. Because if he really knew what was up, he would know that not only I'm on testosterone, I'm on fucking steroids. So, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is he talking
still
about?
messaging you about that?
Yeah, it was like, bitch, fucking you're not following. All right. I'm double dipping. It's not just fucking...
Well...
It's not just fucking test.
We love AGP.
Yeah, it's not just test. It's fucking...
He's been on our show.
steroid
How many
cycles.
times has he been on our show? 3 times? 3 times.
3 times.
Well, like I said...
We'll have him back on eventually.
We should, because he's been on all of our shows talking about Scientology.
Yeah.
Which, you know, because he's an
Yeah.
expert on that.
Right.
I'm very interested in that because I worked for Scientologists back in the day, in case you guys didn't know. And I'm not super a fan of, like, having guests
Yeah.
on the show, but because that's why we've only had a couple. But honestly, he's always a good time.
Yeah.
Having him on the show.
He's funny.
I mean, he is very funny.
That bitch is fucking very fucking Pope-centric. He only worries about himself. And he's not fucking paying attention. I said, fucking AGP. Fuck you talking about, man? Fucking, he's not paying attention. You know, he's not paying attention. I'm on HRT. I'm on test. And I do my very mild steroid cycles for therapeutic reasons. I'm not trying to get fucking huge like an IFBB bodybuilder or anything. That's not really good for your health. It's just I'm going to get up to a certain size and I'm just going to maintain that, and it has to do with life extension more than anything else. Lifespan extension. Like that Chinese guy that I showed you. He's fucking 72 years old. Motherfucker looks fantastic. That's all I want to do. I want to make it into my late 70s and fucking die strong. And looking good. That's all I care about. If I die at fucking 78, but I fucking had a fucking good time, I'm strong looking and healthy, then energy, then I'll do a trade-off. But according to what I'm seeing, the anecdotal evidence, looking at guys like Jack LaLanne and some of these other guys, I am of a certain type where this is something I can do to extend my lifespan and life quality with therapeutic cycles of things that have been around since the 50s. It's out there, people. Do your homework.
Okay. John Robertson says, "Hey Tom and Jenny, love the show topic. Me too. I always wanted to be an actor with the manners of Peter Cushing, the badassness of Christopher Lee, and the acting quality of Vincent Price. Okay. Love you guys. Thank you." Yeah. Honestly, one of the best things to me, finding out later in my life, was that all 3 of those guys were, like, friends in real life. That just, like, it warmed my heart. I don't know. It just, it really does. I love all those guys, and it's just, that's so fucking awesome. So where were we? We were talking about Curse of Frankenstein. Like I said, this is where the first Hammer film that Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing were in together, and this is where they met each other. And as I said, this is kind of like where their friendship sort of started out. Now, this movie, very, very successful for Hammer. So obviously, this is what audience wanted to see. This is an update of the Universal monsters of a classic horror, but with a more modern twist, more gory, more boobs, because that was what Hammer was known for. So so they wanted to go more in that direction. So basically, they're kind of like, okay, at this point they did that, and they're like, okay, well now we want to do Dracula. So at this point, 1958, they do Dracula. Now, as I said, I think in the UK, this movie is just known as Dracula. In the US, and everywhere I've seen it, it's known as Horror of Dracula, just to differentiate it from the other adaptations. But Horror of Dracula came out in 1958. And at this point, Lee is playing, obviously, his first turn as Count Dracula, and Peter Cushing his first turn as Van Helsing, and everybody was so into that, which even now, this many decades later, if I had been alive at that point, holy shit, I could have seen it. Those two, every time they're in a movie together, I fucking love it. I love it. I don't give a shit what the movie's about. I want to see the two of them like interacting. And it's so funny that I was watching like Cinemassacre. They did like a movie monster thing about this. And they were kind of like Peter Cushing versus Christopher Lee. And they're like, they pointed out, they said, Peter Cushing essentially made an entire career out of kicking Christopher Lee's ass because he always played like the villain. He always played like, and it's so funny that they played that so well, even though they were like best friends in real life. I don't know. That's like very, very funny to me. But yeah, so that happened. So Horror of Dracula comes out in 1958. First time Christopher Lee plays Dracula. First time Peter Cushing plays Van Helsing. And honestly, at this point, Christopher Lee is 36 years old. Peter Cushing, I think, was a bit older. A couple years older.
Hold on 1 second.
What's that?
Somebody's asking, wait a minute, hold on. Why does testosterone equal gay? Well, it doesn't, okay? It doesn't equal gay. It's just you have to understand something.
All right, I gotta pee, though.
Go ahead.
While you're... yeah.
A certain kind... I don't want to say there's a certain kind. There are many gay men that have an appreciation for the masculine qualities, okay? And it's kind of a situation where the more masculine a dude is, the more they're into it. So it's kind of a glorification of maleness. So they start working out, they start getting bigger, they start fucking trying to get bigger than fucking a motherfucker normally would want to get big, or they want to get bigger than is possible, especially after the age of 40, and they start bumping a lot of test. They like that fucking freaky fucking muscular look. For them, it's kind of like a fucking glorification of masculinity. It also exists in the fucking female world, you know what I mean? They got lesbians out there that like fucking super, super female looking women with gigantic implants and, like the fucking, extreme basketball implants. They got lesbians that like that. Especially overseas, not so much in the West, but from what some friends of mine have told me, a lot of these like Chinese and Japanese type girls that have those gigantic implants like that, that's actually lesbians. So it's like that. And guys that get really fucking jacked are kind of the equivalent to the girls that get gigantic implants. It's similar. Okay, go ahead.
May I? Thank
you. What? Just answer this question.
So yeah. Honestly, like I said, Christopher Lee, the first time he plays Dracula in Horror of Dracula, 1958. Iconic role, but because he was so good at it, he got a little bit typecast, and I feel like he was a little bit upset about it, but I mean, you know, he still like fucking did it, but there was a whole kind of thing about it. Like I said, he was 36 at the time. And he said, the quote being, it brought me a name, a fan club, and a secondhand car, for all of which I was grateful. So, like I said, he seemed to have, like, just wanted to do it for a job at first, and then, you know, I guess he was worried about being typecast, as a lot of actors are, but because he was reluctant to go back to it. But he was such a good fucking Dracula, I'm just saying. So, again, both a blessing and a curse. They did ask him, as I mentioned earlier, Hammer made a whole bunch of Dracula movies. Every single time that they made another Dracula movie after the first one, they were like, we already told everybody, Christopher Lee, that you were going to be Dracula in this movie, and all of the other actors and crew that are working on this movie won't get a job now because you didn't agree to it. So he said later, jokingly, that he got emotionally blackmailed into like doing a lot of these movies, but you know, what are you gonna do? So he actually ended up playing Dracula 10 times. Not real. I mean, to be honest with you, like I said earlier, some people have argued that like Gary Oldman was the sexiest Dracula. I'm not gonna shit on.
He was a good one though.
That was a good one. I'm not gonna like if people have a different opinion. This is all subjective. I think, to me, Christopher Lee, I think, was the sexiest Dracula, but that's me. In the sense that he was the most menacing, he was the most imposing. He had the least romantic pretensions, I guess, if you want to say it like that. Because I do kind of feel like the Gary Oldman one, they went like in a more romantic direction. I kind of liked the Christopher Lee one, where he was like clearly villainous, but also still kind of sexy, like despite yourself. Like, this is obviously not something you want to get involved with because he's a monster.
I haven't seen it, man.
Still,
I gotta see it.
But still,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I gotta see it.
I kind of feel like that, to me, that's like the essence of Dracula to me. Is that, you know, this is like an evil monster, and yet you can't help yourself because holy shit. You know what I mean? To me, that's like the essence of Dracula. And honestly, like, I know it's different from the original novel where he was kind of ugly. Mm. He was more like Nosferatu looking. Or rat-like.
Yeah.
And different from the more romantic portrayals, which I would call the Bela Lugosi portrayal a more romantic portrayal. But Christopher Lee's was still sexy but unromantic, and I kind of liked that about it, and I think that was like the different thing that he brought to that role, actually. And I think that's why a lot of people think that he was maybe the best Dracula, but like I said, that's subjective. It depends on what you're looking at. I don't know if there's a best Dracula, because I said, like, what are you focusing on?
There's a bunch of different ones.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that Dracula, what was that one that fucking came from, it's more recently called Dracula Untold or Dracula Unleashed. That was that newer one. What was that called?
Oh, right.
It was good, too.
Yeah, I liked that as well. I can't
totally
remember
different.
who played Dracula in that, though. Who the fuck was that?
It was totally different. It's the same guy. The same guys that did like 300.
Yeah.
That same studio.
I liked that as well.
Yeah, it was good. I think it's called Dracula Untold.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
And it showed why Vlad became a vampire, so he could save Wallachia from the fucking oncoming assault from a Muslim army. Remember that from?
Yeah.
And he was doing shit out on the battlefield, but he had to become a vampire to do that. That was another good story. there are many good Dracula stories.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
not all
And
the
that's
same.
well, that's why it's hard for me to pick like best Dracula, because it's like I'm like, well, what angle are you coming at it from?
Yeah.
Dracula, you know, if you're saying like what's most faithful to the novel, probably the Francis Ford Coppola one is most faithful to maybe.
Yeah.
But
close.
the Francis Ford Coppola one mixed with Nosferatu. Because I do kind of feel like Nosferatu, even though it's not allowed to be called Dracula because of copyright issues, that's what Dracula looked like in the book. He looked kind of like a rat. He was gross.
Yeah, the sexy vampire thing was...
That was later.
Really, you're talking about that. I don't know if you can see it. That's what... He looked like a rat.
Which is Klaus Kinski, by the way. That's my favorite poster that I've ever owned.
Klaus Kinski's vampire, that's what they were talking about in the book.
Yeah.
A pitiful motherfucker.
Yeah, it was gross ass.
Rat.
Yeah.
He was a plague that has showed up in your house. Not in your house, but showed up in your county.
Well, he was symbolic of a plague.
Right.
And I kind of feel like I love that Nosferatu kind of like acknowledged that he was like a human.
Yeah.
He was like a human symbol of like a plague.
Yeah.
Was what he was. So he looked like rat-like. I think even Bram Stoker in the novel, it's been probably 20 years since I've read it, but he does describe him as looking rat-like.
Yeah. And we have to remember that vampires are the knockoff. The original is like what you saw in Blood Vessel. That was what the original was. What'd they call those things? Stragoi.
Yeah.
Stragoi. That's a real honky vampire, a Stragoi. And they were...
Yeah, it's a monster.
It was a damn monster.
It's not like hot... It doesn't look like hot Christopher Lee or hot Frank Langella.
It could have sex
or hot Twilight.
It was a thing that was a rat-like undead creature that could have sex with a dead body. And the dead body would give birth to its children. And it could also have sex. And it could have sex with a living person.
Sure.
And they would have birth to these things. And there were these different weird combinations of dead and undead. You know what I mean? So it's the Stragoi is what they're talking about. And if you watch the movie Blood Vessel, which is what? Not old, maybe 4 or 5 years old.
Not even that old. I don't even think it's that old.
3 or 4 years.
It's on Shudder, I think.
It's on Shudder. That's a good movie. That's what a vampire was.
I liked that a lot.
That's what
I like that a lot.
You had a situation where you had living vampires and dead and undead vampires, and that they were having children that were living children.
But it's like vampire, zombie, hybrid.
It was all kind of.
Although vampires are kind of zombies, if you think about it. Yeah. Tila says.
And the Stragoi were wizards. They were like a witch.
Sure.
They could cast a spell.
I mean,
which that's another angle that you don't think of.
Tila says, didn't Dario Argento make a Dracula movie? He did, but I prefer to not think about it.
Yeah.
Because it was really, really not good. I mean, look, Dario. I love Dario Argento. I do. I decorated my whole old house. I decorated my whole house on the Suspiria aesthetic. I love Dario Argento. Profondo Rosso. I have a poster right there.
Yeah.
But his Dracula was really not good. Really not good. His Phantom of the Opera wasn't that great either. He kind of lost it, in the old days. But, honestly, he made so many good movies back in the day. He should have just stopped and just coasted on that shit. So, yeah. So, Christopher Lee, like I said, even though I kind of feel like a lot of people... I feel like Christopher Lee's Dracula was the perfect middle ground between the monstrous Dracula and the romantic Dracula. Because he was still hot and he was still sexy, but he was also monstrous without looking monstrous. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was like a good middle ground, and I think that's why a lot of people like him as Dracula. Because honestly, Bela Lugosi, I love Bela Lugosi, I do. his Dracula was much more romantic. The Frank Langella one, much later, also very romantic. And then you have like the Nosferatu type thing, you know, the 1920s one, the remake with Klaus Kinski, are, you know, very monstrous. But I feel like Christopher Lee is like the perfect distillation of those two things, where he's still sexy, you could still see yourself like falling for that, but also he's still very scary and he's very menacing. To me, he's the scariest Dracula. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I don't know why. I just find him the scariest Dracula. So yeah, so he was played Dracula 10 times, and he was kind of like got sick of it, as you would, playing the same role 10 times. Honestly, he was in the first one, and then it took 8 years for the second one to come out. And I mean, the first one was like a big deal because, like I said, Hammer back then, this was the late 50s still. It made a huge cultural impact. I don't think anybody realized how long-lasting that impact would be. So when they asked him later to be Dracula again, 8 years later, he read the script and he was like, no. He was like, this is not good. Also, I think he didn't like that Dracula didn't talk. Because the next one was 1965, Dracula, Prince of Darkness, which is actually like a pretty decent flick, I think. But he didn't talk in it. And he's also like, well, I don't know. Not only does he not talk in it, but he's like, also, this is like not, we're getting like farther away from the character as from the book.
We got Tila in the conversation. I want to ask Tila something from earlier.
Okay.
Tila, did you actually see The Mechanic yet? I know you said you were gonna see it. She saw some other stuff that we talked about, but I didn't know if you'd actually seen The Mechanic. And fucking, you really weren't quite clear. Had you seen Vamp? Because Vamp is another fucking good movie.
And to be honest with you, I'm not super, like, vampires are not my favorite horror monster.
Yeah.
I don't even know what my favorite horror monster is. It's not vampires, though, that's for sure. I'm kind of, like, sick of vampires. But I like the old school vampires. Yeah. If a new movie comes out or a new book comes out and it's vampires, I'm kind of like, meh. If everybody tells me it's awesome, I'll watch it. But I kind of feel like everything with vampires has been done. Although, like you said, the thing with the Strigoi, I liked that.
Yeah,
because they went way back to the fucking old school shit, and I was like, okay, I see what you're doing.
There
I like
needs
that.
to be Strigoi movies.
Yeah,
really.
More old school vampire shit
of what the original myth was.
I kind of feel like once everything has gone into a point where there's a whole subgenre of erotica about sexy vampires, which, like I said, I'm looking at you, Twilight, and that whole thing that spawned, I'm not really cool with you as a monster anymore. So there's that.
The weird thing about fucking Blood Vessel, though, is the Stragoi's wife was kind of sexy in a furry kind of way. Remember that?
That's true.
His wife
but
was
like I said, I'm all into sexy if it's like weird sexy.
Yeah.
Sure.
It wasn't normal sexy. It was like something out of a damn fucking...
It's like, ew, gross, but also...
Yeah, it was kind of like fucking furry porn.
Right.
Because she was a fucking rat.
That's what I mean.
It was like a rat sex symbol.
Yeah, if you're going to do vampire, go that route.
You got to go that route.
Go that route.
Yeah.
Go back to the old country.
Right. Back in the honky motherland.
Because, like, look, we've seen enough sparkly-ass weirdos, like, watching girls while they sleep and that kind of shit.
All right, Tina says, I'm going to see it, Tom. Added it to the list. 13 o'clock podcast need to see. Vamp 2 should see. 10 to midnight with Bronson. Tom.
I told you. I've seen it before.
I haven't seen 10 to midnight. I'm going to see it. What they got for free right now on YouTube is The Assassination by Charles Bronson. I want to see that too, and we'll see 10 to midnight.
Mango says,
but we watch those. You'll like, and you'll like Vamp, fucking, because our girl's in it and she's looking great in it. It's a good movie. It's a good movie.
We should do Vampire's Kiss at some point, too, because that has Nicolas Cage in it.
I haven't seen it all.
Caging the fuck out.
Caging
and
the fuck
he
out.
eats a cockroach.
For real?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
I'm surprised you have not seen that.
No, I haven't seen it.
I've had a couple people bugging me to do it. I'm like,
Yeah.
I've been wanting to do it for so long because I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage, like, chews the fucking scenery big time, and it's awesome.
Look at that $100 super chat still
Like I
sitting up
said,
here.
yeah.
That $100 still sitting up
I
in
can't
there.
believe that.
That's a good super chat. Thank you very much.
I can't
bro.
believe that. I
Yeah.
mean, still.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah.
Cheryl Mackwood says, I do love the sexy vampire, but Klaus Kinski was amazing.
That motherfucker was weird.
I kind of do feel like, look, I like
was
sexy
weird.
vampires too. I was
He was
like really
weird.
into Anne Rice back in the day. I like that vibe,
Yeah.
but it's been done so much
It's played out.
that if somebody wants to go back to the old school and doing like a fucking monster ass vampire, I'll watch that, but I don't know. I'm more into like, I don't even know if I'm like into like the fucking regular ass monsters. Do I really want to see another vampire movie or another zombie movie or another werewolf movie? Oh, there's not enough werewolf movies. I'll watch a witch movie. I'm just, I like witches, but mostly if you're gonna do a monster, do like not like a monster that's like not definable. I kind of like that, but I don't know. Like I said, I'll watch anything if it's good, but if you're already doing another, because I started reading a book recently without really knowing anything about it, because it was just like a horror novel, and I was like, oh, it's a vampire novel, and I was just kind of like, oh, it's good, but when I found out that it was a vampire novel, I was just kind of like, okay. Fourth Row Down says Frank Langella also gave it a good shake. He did, and I will defend the Frank Langella, the John Badham directed Dracula from 1979, I think it was. I actually really like that movie, even though I don't know if I'd call it a horror movie. It's actually mostly a love story with horror elements. But honestly, I first saw that movie when I was a kid, probably 10 or 11. And that one scene where they find Mina, not Lucy, because they switched the characters around. It's a whole thing. We reviewed that movie a while back. But they find her in this underground tunnel, and she's turned into a vampire, and she looks really fucked up. Like, her face is all fucked up. She has, like, the glowing eyes and stuff. That scene really fucked me up when I was a kid. And I still remember it to this day. So they did a good job with that, I gotta say. But, all right, let's see. I saw the Netflix Dracula, didn't love it. It was all right. I think I liked the first. It was a series, yeah, because I think I remember watching that. Oh, Pookie's on. All right, so where was I? Pookie's like, what are you doing? All right, so we were talking about Christopher Lee as Dracula, which, like I said, depending on what iteration of Dracula you're into, Christopher Lee made a really good Dracula. He was so big, he was so imposing, he was so menacing, but still super sexy, so you could kind of see how girls would be like, all right, you know what I mean? So I kind of feel like he was a good middle point between those two things, monstrous and sexy at the same time. So there was that. But like I said, he did kind of get sick of playing it, which, like I said, as an actor, you probably would. Now, according to Lee himself, he doesn't feel like his career as such started until 1958, when he was in A Tale of Two Cities as the Marquis de Sade. I read A Tale of Two Cities. I don't remember Marquis de Sade being a character in that, but...
no, he wasn't.
I was going to say. I was like, I'm pretty sure I read that.
It happened at the same time.
Sure.
But he was
I will
freed
give you that.
from the Bastille.
Yeah, I get
during
that.
But
I mean, it was a real character that was going on at the time. But I read A Tale of Two Cities.
Yeah, they didn't fucking
in
talk
high
about
school,
him.
and I don't remember it mentioning that. But I mean, it's been a long time, so I'm willing to Oh, it went to 0. Went to 0.
Okay.
Went to 0. Come on. You can do it. So yeah, so he was in this, and this was actually his 43rd movie. Honestly, reading Christopher Lee's and Peter Cushing's career trajectories, it kind of made me feel better a bit because they were in a fuck ton of movies before they really got recognized. And I don't know, that just kind of made me feel better in a way, because sometimes I kind of feel like, well, if you haven't made it by the time you're in your 20s, it's never going to happen, blah, blah, blah. But it didn't really happen for either of them. Yeah, they were working. Yeah, they were doing stuff. But they didn't get, like, legendary status until later, until they were, like, older. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That just, like, kind of made me happier. So when he'd been in Tale of Two Cities, it was 1958, he had already been in 43 movies at this point. So for the next few years, though, he kind of got frustrated because he couldn't get out of, again, he got typecast in the horror genre. And he wasn't averse to it, like I said, for a paycheck, but he was kind of like wishing that he could be in some other stuff. So at this point, 1962, he auditions for a role in the movie The Longest Day, which was a World War II movie.
World War II, yeah.
Now, interestingly, even though he auditioned for the shit, and even though he'd actually been in the military, he'd flown planes, he'd hunted Nazis, whatever, he got turned down because the quote was, audiences won't accept you as a military type.
That's looking funny.
I love it. He's like, I've actually been in the military and I've actually like killed people and hunted Nazis and stuff, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're full of shit.
Well, like I said, people that have actually done shit and people that have perceived to have done shit, that's two different things. That's two different categories. Sometimes they overlap.
A lot of times
not
the
always.
hero's got bad hair and missing teeth and he's slightly overweight.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why I always say you can't judge people by appearance, because shit you see in the movies, that's not really how shit goes in real life. Like, maybe the hero that saved everybody looks like a dork with like bad clothes and, like you said, bad hair, bad teeth, shit like that. Christopher Lee, even though obviously he looked like a big giant badass to us and had actually been in the military, had actually hunted Nazis, from a movie point of view, he didn't look like people's perception of what they thought somebody in the military would look like, so he didn't get the fucking part, which is hilarious. That's hilarious. 1965 to 1969, those 4 years, he was actually, which some people have brought up in the comments earlier, he was in a bunch of Fu Manchu movies, playing the villain. As I said, problematic nowadays because he wasn't Asian by any stretch of the imagination. He was half white, half Italian.
It's only problematic in your mind.
Well,
they're actors. They're just acting. I mean, some strawberry.
Are you eating? They're not fig Newtons. They're strawberry Newtons. Yeah. Well, they're not actually strawberry Newtons. They're like the off-brand strawberry Newtons from Dollar General stores. To be honest, you gave me some of those last night, and they taste kind of weird to me.
No, you don't.
No, they taste okay, but
they're good.
I don't know. They have like a weird like off taste. I'm not like into it.
It's like eating.
I ate a couple of those last night. Kind of, but I don't know. There's like a weird aftertaste that I'm not super into.
They're beautiful.
Bitch, I went with him. We went to Dollar General yesterday. He spent $60 on soda and snacks. Okay, $50. I spent $10. Yeah. I bought a couple of coffee drinks. I bought some granola bars. and some crackers. So I
Prices
I
went
got
up,
that.
man.
But you got $50 worth of soda and cookies.
Yeah.
Those strawberry
There's
ones,
nothing unusual there.
I don't
Nothing
know.
unusual.
They're weird though. I don't.
Nothing
You
unusual.
gave me a couple last night. I was like, these are good, but I don't know if I'd eat them again. They're a little weird
They're
tasting.
beautiful.
They're a little weird
They're
tasting
beautiful.
to me. Like I said, if I'm gonna have the calories, I want to have something like delicious. You know what I mean?
I'm jacked up on all kinds of stuff. I can eat whatever I want. It just turns into muscle.
Yeah, good for you.
I just fucking
Does
synthesize that shit into fucking into
sure.
muscle. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Work out a lot. I'm like
so
5 teenagers.
You're like 5.
I'm like 5 teenagers.
Bundled up into one person.
Yeah. That's why I'm an asshole.
Oh, is that your explanation?
what
What
it
was
is.
your explanation before you started taking testosterone? Because you were kind of an asshole before you did
Is that
that.
what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, it's all kinds of stuff all happening at once.
At least you have an excuse.
See, this is how these bitches are. They're constantly trying to undermine you and shit. Fucking. It's just a man. Being
I'm
a
looking
man.
for fucking weakness.
There's
I
no
look for
weakness.
weakness
There is
and I
no
exploit
weakness.
it.
There's no weakness.
Oh, okay.
There's no
That's
weakness.
what you say. That's what you say.
You want another drink?
Yeah, why not?
Put it right there.
All right. Put it right there and then it'll be
Okay.
sucked up
Okay.
into like yeah. So, yeah, so he played Fu Manchu. Like I said, he played some other quote unquote ethnic roles later. But yeah, he did play Fu Manchu several times. The only one of those I've seen, what was the one that was on MST? The Castle of Fu Manchu. I have to say, look, I love Christopher Lee. I do. That movie was incomprehensible. I have watched every single episode of Mystery Science Theater. I've watched every terrible movie that they and several riff tracks ones as well. So I've watched like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bad movies in my life. Castle of Fu Manchu, for some reason, I don't usually revisit that episode, even though Christopher Lee is in it, because something about that movie, I can't, like, what the fuck is going, I can't, like, get a handle on it, and I can't even get enough of a handle on it to, like, enjoy somebody making fun of it, because it's so incomprehensible that I just can't, I don't know, there's, like, nothing for me to, like, latch onto, I guess. But that's the only one that I've seen that he's done.
Yeah.
And, like I said, that's no, fuck, man, that's no fucking, knock on Christopher Lee. Everybody's got to eat. But, and maybe it was better in the uncut version that I presumably didn't see, that wasn't on Mystery Science Theater, but that movie, I don't know, that one just pisses me off for some reason. And like I said, I'll watch Ed Wood movies, like, voluntarily. That one, Castle of Fu Manchu, I don't know. I can't watch that episode. It makes me angry. Because I have no fucking, one scene to the other, I have no idea what's going on. So, and that just, like, makes me mad. So, yeah, so he played, like, Fu Manchu over 4 years. He played himself, like, several times. So, now, this is, like, funny to me. So, 1970, he gets a role, and he's narrating a movie about the Marquis de Sade, which you would think would be kind of like, oh, everything's on the up and up. What happened with that, though, was that he narrated the shit, and then behind his back, or whatever, the movie was straight up like softcore porn, and Christopher Lee didn't know that until after. And so he was a little upset about it, because he's like, I didn't really know that I was lending my talents to a softcore porn movie, and he was like kind of upset about it because he wasn't there for all of the stuff that was filmed. He's like, so they filmed all these like people having sex and all this stuff, and I didn't know about it, so he was kind of upset about it. But you know, what are you gonna do? At this point, he stars in the 1970s as Sherlock Holmes' smarter older brother Mycroft. In the movie The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes. And that was kind of like he, at least from his perception, that was the role that sort of catapulted him into being something other than, quote-unquote, the horror guy. And then 3 years after that, 1974, most of you here will know, he was in The Wicker Man as Lord Summerisle. He was so... Well, it was his favorite role.
Yeah.
I think even till his death, it was his
favorite role.
Y'all ever
seen The Wicker Man? See The Wicker Man.
The original one.
The original.
He was so into this movie that he said, I will be in this movie for free. He did not take any payment for this movie. He was in it for free because he was that into this movie, as far as I know. Yeah, I love The fucking Wicker Man. It's so good. And that was actually his favorite role as Lord Summerisle in The Wicker Man. It was based on a book called Ritual, and he was so into it, like I said, that he was just kind of like, look, I'll be in it for free. You guys just make it. And apparently he didn't get paid for it. He was also in The Three Musketeers and The Four Musketeers in the 1970s. And as I mentioned, because his step-cousin, Ian Fleming, offered him the role of Dr. No, the villain. And Christopher Lee was like, okay, absolutely. But then the studio was like, hey, we didn't give you permission to do that, even though you're the... Ian Fleming said that I want you to play Dr. No.
Oh, okay.
But the studio was like, yeah, we didn't give you permission to do that, actually, even though you were the person that wrote the actual book. So, why should we listen to you? But yeah, so there was that. So he didn't actually get to. But he did get to play a Bond villain at some point in The Man with the Golden Gun. He played Francisco Scaramanga in The Man with the Golden Gun. So, you know what I mean? That's good. So he did get to be a Bond villain. Now, at this point, so it's 1977, and he's like, well, everybody kind of knows, yeah, I'm kind of known as a horror actor, but I've done some other stuff. And he felt like he'd done kind of everything that he could do in the UK. So he felt like he should move to the US at this point. So he did actually move to the US in 1977. And his first American role was actually in the disaster film Airport 77. Remember that one? The 70s. We went on an American, a disaster movie fucking shit, a few years back. We didn't watch Airport 77 though, did we? I forgot Christopher Lee was in that. That was an ensemble cast though. Interestingly, Lee was offered... What are you doing?
Throwing stuff out.
She pulled books out. Lee was actually offered what is now known as the Leslie Nielsen role in Airplane, the comedy, and he turned it down. And later on, he would say that was a big mistake. He totally should have done that. But Leslie Nielsen got it. And obviously, Leslie Nielsen went on to, a whole other, comedic career because of that. But that's kind of cool, though, because Christopher Lee was like, I'm willing to laugh at myself. I'm willing to, spoof, these genres, this type of character. And, I don't know, he turned it down and he kind of felt bad about it. He said that was a mistake, that he should have taken the role in Airplane. The Leslie Nielsen role is what I'm talking about.
I don't know, man. Leslie Nielsen in that role is fucking hilarious.
I mean, because at that point, it's hard for people nowadays to understand. Leslie Nielsen, it's even hard for me because I grew up in the 70s. But if you'd grown up earlier than that, Leslie Nielsen was always known for, serious roles.
Yeah.
Him doing, comedic stuff was different in the late 70s. That was, kind of weird to see. And it's so funny because I think people of our generation and younger only know Leslie Nielsen as a funny, a comedic actor, but he actually started out as a serious actor. So
Taylor's in there talking about Midsummer. Yeah, Midsummer was fucking awesome.
God, I love Midsummer.
Yeah, good.
I mean, I love Ari Aster's, all of his shit. I love I love Hereditary.
Yeah.
I love Midsummer. They're two completely different films, but that's kind of what... It's the same director, but...
That cute little chick with that little round head fucking getting all into that damn cult and killing that fucking
Florence
boyfriend.
Pugh.
What's her name?
Florence Pugh.
Florence Pugh, yeah. Damn, that was a weird-ass fucking movie, man.
Can I say, is it bad that, like, when she killed her boyfriend at the end, I'm like, all right. He was kind of a douche. He was kind of a douche.
You
I
gotta
don't feel that bad.
You gotta see Fighting with My Family. That same girl starred in that. She played Paige, the wrestler. And it takes place here in Florida. She moves here from England to go to Florida. Moved to Florida, The Rock fucking
She is cute as shit. I love her.
Yeah, it's a great movie, and fucking it was funny. Me and Jenny were watching Fighting with My Family in the theater here in Florida, looking and going, oh, that's just right up the street.
Oh my god, I know where that is.
Yeah, right up the street.
I know where the exit that is.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Fighting with My Family is a very very Florida and very England movie. It's where England
which I kind of got
Florida.
into because, like I said, for a long time I was married to a British person, and I went back and forth between the two places.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like...
Yeah. And it's an accurate portrayal of the scene around here, mainstream, especially if you were training to be a fucking wrestler and the fucking Dwayne Johnson is fucking talking to you. It's a good movie, great movie. We'll have it on Blu-ray. I love fucking Fighting with My Family.
I do good like movie. That movie.
Yeah.
It's very fun. Yeah. It's very heartwarming.
I like it every minute.
Based on a true story.
I like it every bit as much as Midsummer.
Fighting with My Family. But they're Fighting with My Family.
Well, what did I sell it? What did I?
No, I'm talking about it. She says fight. It says it's called Fighting with My Family.
Fighting with My Family, and I like it every bit as much.
It's a
Midsummer.
true story. It's based on a real
story of Paige.
Wrestler.
Paige, yeah.
She's a British wrestler who she's kind of like a gothy chick.
Yeah.
And she comes.
Yeah, she leaves England
in the WWII. What the fuck? What
WWII, wasn't it?
Or whatever it is.
And
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson is there, and he's meeting.
Yeah, The Rock is in it.
And The Rock,
playing himself.
The Rock is in it, playing himself, and fucking they're up here in Orlando, just a couple fucking miles up a road, fucking training her to become a wrestler, and
I do love
her
that
family.
movie.
It's a great movie.
We've seen it like 3 times at this point.
I got it on Blu-ray. It's one
we
of my
saw it in the
movies.
theater once or twice. We have it. We bought it. It's super fun.
It's a feel-good movie. Very much.
Yeah. And you don't have to give a shit about wrestling to watch it.
No.
Because I don't.
It's fun.
It's just like a nice character study. Because I don't give a shit about wrestling.
Yeah.
But I didn't even know who she was.
Yeah.
So like I said, Christopher Lee offered the Leslie Nielsen role in Airplane, but did not take it and regretted it for the rest of his life.
Yeah, Tila's gonna watch it. Okay, you like that one, Tila.
It's good. I like it. It's super fun. He was also on Saturday Night Live at this point, and at this point, like he said that it was like really terrifying. I guess it would be because it's like live, but among the many people who watched him on the Saturday Night Live thing was Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg was so impressed by his performance on there that he actually asked him to be in his movie 1941, which, if you know anything about Steven Spielberg, was one of his rare flops, but I haven't seen it in a long time, so I can't really say. I don't know if it's like a shit movie or not, but I remember it being like one of his very rare not so good movies, but Christopher Lee was in that as well. So at this point, throughout like 80s and 90s, because like I said, Christopher Lee's getting older at this point, but he was in a whole bunch of different movies at this point. He was in musicals, he was in comedies, he was in dramas, and he was on like a lot of TV shit, like in the US and in Britain as well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about white actors playing quote-unquote ethnic roles, 1998, Christopher Lee gets cast as Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who is the founder of Pakistan. I believe I brought that up earlier. The movie was called Jinnah, and I kind of feel like... I don't know. I kind of feel like most people, because they did shoot it in Pakistan, so they did have a lot of, like, locals that were kind of, like, watching the shit, like, is this dude gonna pull this off or what? But it does seem like most of the locals that were watching were like, okay, fair enough. That's kind of like, I haven't seen it, but I don't really see that many like bad reviews of it. It wasn't like a big commercial success, but obviously a movie about the founder of Pakistan isn't going to be. But, you know, from what I could determine from critical, you know, consensus was that he actually did a good job of it. So at this point, you know, obviously Christopher Lee, big fan of J.R.R. Tolkien, you know, Lord of the Rings, all that. He read them once a year or so, he said. And he had actually met Tolkien personally. And he had wanted to play Gandalf for a really, really long time. Now, at the point that Peter Jackson was making the Lord of the Rings movies, they kind of felt like maybe he wasn't exactly right, or he was maybe slightly too old to play Gandalf. So they offered him the role of Saruman. And he was like, yes, absolutely. So he fucking took it. And this, him being in that, like, yes, him being in Star Wars, but he was in, like, the prequels as Count Dooku, obviously. But I think him being in the Lord of the Rings movies, I think that was kind of, like, what cemented him to other, you know, to the next generation of, like, moviegoers, I guess. So, basically, this is, like, funny. Okay, so this, I love this story from the Lord of the Rings set, apparently. So, Saruman, he's supposed to get stabbed in the back, right? And Peter Jackson, he says to Christopher Lee, well, like, you know, scream like you're dying or whatever. Christopher Lee, apparently, allegedly, turns to Peter Jackson and says, have you ever actually seen a man get stabbed in the back? Peter Jackson says, no, can't say that I have. Christopher Lee says, I have. I know what to do. At this point, so he's like, so he did the thing. He was like, look, I've seen a dude get stabbed in the back. You get stabbed in the back, it goes into one of your lungs, you can't really scream, and it's just going to be like this groaning type situation. So that's what he did. He wanted it to be like more realistic, but that's like a story that goes around about him. So because he was such a big hit in Lord of the Rings, he got cast in the updated Star Wars as Count Dooku, in the prequels and all that stuff. So there was that. He was also in a bunch of Tim Burton movies in the 2000s. He was in Sleepy Hollow, all that kind of stuff. Because like I said, Tim Burton, obviously a big fan of, like, you know, classic horror. He put Vincent Price in a lot of his movies as well. And he also put Christopher Lee in a bunch of his movies too. Now, as I mentioned earlier, look at Pokey.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, I was listening to a couple of metal albums that Christopher Lee had made. He recorded a bunch of, like, opera and metal stuff between 86 and 1998. So he did a couple of, like, symphonic metal albums. One of them was called Charlemagne by the Sword and the Cross. That was 2010. And he did another one that was a couple years later that was like a sequel to that. And like I said, it was like, it's metal, but it's like operatic metal. And it's like a story. So they're like telling a story with a couple of singing voices. So it's on YouTube if you want to listen to it. You can, because I listened to it earlier. The follow-up was called Charlemagne, The Omens of Death. And that came out in 2013, which was Christopher Lee's 91st birthday. I believe he is in the Guinness Book of World Records as, like, the oldest person to, like, do a metal album.
Yeah.
So, you know,
He
there's
was
that.
asking, well, one guy said that I could be in fucking wrestling, but not yet. Couple more months probably. But then T jumps in and says, The Rock loves to star in Florida movies. There may be a Florida Rock connection. I think he's lived here, hadn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, he had to have, because he was with the WWII and he was training them here. So he
Yeah,
must
they
have
do
lived-
like they
so he
they,
must
they
have
do
lived here.
train them here. So
Yeah. So, yeah, it made sense for The Rock to be in that movie. But that is a great movie, Fighting with My Family, and kind of came and went. People didn't watch it, but it's a fun movie.
I mean, the thing about a movie like that is that it's not like a big tentpole movie.
No.
And it's not necessary. It kind of falls in a weird gray area where it's like, you want to call it a sports movie because it's kind of based around wrestling, but
It's not what it was.
it's not, though. I mean, because like I said, I don't give a shit about wrestling, but it was just like a good
It's kind of a
character study. It was a
feel-good
feel-good,
movie.
yeah.
about a girl who really kind of came from nowhere and her family.
It was a
with
little
her.
bit of a fish out of water kind
Yeah.
of story, yeah. And it was
She's
like
from
based on a
England.
real, yeah.
And then she comes to Florida to become a wrestler, and the other wrestlers were very different. Those girls were more like cheerleaders, stripper model types that were becoming strippers.
And she was kind of like, not dumpy, but she was kind of like she was actually a wrestler.
She was her family wrestled.
Yeah, she had actually grown up as a wrestler.
Right.
She was built, she was very short. She was built more like a wrestler, not like a cheerleader or a model or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Although
she
was hot.
I mean, she looked kind of gothy, though.
Yeah.
And so she wasn't like the bleach blonde.
No.
Yeah.
No, she was kind of long black hair, fucking kind of muscular physique. She looked great. She was a cute girl, but she did not look like a California style porn
Right.
star. Really,
Yeah.
is how a lot of the fucking female wrestlers looked. But she was just from England, and her dad ran a fucking basically like a ghetto fucking wrestling federation. That's
Because her
fucking-
brother was
her brother
was a
was in
wrestler
it.
as well.
And she met The Rock and became a fucking wrestler and went on tour. And it's just her story of her life. Or at least her story of her career. Not her whole life, but of her career. It's a fun movie. Kind of a feel-good movie. A movie of triumph. And I don't want to sound cheesy, but like female empowerment. You know what I mean? But...
That's not cheesy.
Well, I don't want to. It's
Why would that
a lot
be
of times
cheesy?
they talk about female empowerment, some cheesy bullshit. It's really just human empowerment. It's not. She's a chick and she fucking did this shit, and it was cool, and you're like, yeah, all right. And it's the same girl that played the girl from fucking Midsummer.
Yeah,
That's-
Florence Pugh.
Yeah,
She's been in a ton of shit.
and
I love her. She's
yeah,
cute as
and
hell.
she's a lot. And when you look at her, like, yeah, she could play Paige. Yeah.
I mean, I really
Yeah.
like her in general, and she was like really great in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so not only like Christopher Lee was a Nazi hunter, he was also a fucking like he was Dracula, and he also like spoke a zillion languages, and he also did all these movies. And he sang on heavy metal albums. So I don't know like what other boxes you could check to be cooler than that. I'm not really sure if you could, but if you want to try, good luck. But I think we can close it up. Christopher Lee is pretty much the coolest person that's ever lived. I think we can just
Yeah.
close it up and like stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, so honestly, he, even though he didn't really think of himself as an actor until he was in his mid-20s, he hadn't really thought about it. By the end of his life, he was kind of like, acting for him was not even like a job anymore. It was just like his life. So he just kept doing it until he died. I mean, he lived into his 90s, and he worked pretty much until he died. He was just fucking on it, and he's like, I can't even imagine like what else I would be doing. This is my life. It's not just a job for me. This is my life. So it's interesting how something that he didn't really think about when he was younger became like his life later on. 2011, he actually was in his first Hammer film, in 35 years. He was in a film called, because Hammer came back, in case you guys didn't know. They did The Woman in Black and all that kind of stuff. He was in a movie called The Resident with Hilary Swank in 2011. And he got a back injury in that, though, because he was older at that stage. And they wanted him to actually be in the sequel to The Wicker Man, The Wicker Tree. But he was like, well, because of the back injury, he couldn't fully commit to it. So they did give him a small role in it, though, where he didn't have to, like, move around. Now, at this point, though, he was kind of having some respiratory problems and some heart problems. So he couldn't really take on as many roles as he used to, even though, as I mentioned, he kind of thought, you know, this is my life now. It's, like, not even work to me. But he still kept doing, like, voiceover stuff. He kept doing narrations. Anything that he could do. I mean, he did that pretty much up until he fucking died, which is amazing. His final film was an independent film called Angels of Notting Hill. He died June 2015. He was 93 years old of heart failure. He was in, as I mentioned earlier, 208 films, which I don't know if this is still the case, but at the time that he died, more than anyone else in history, 2008 movies. So, there's that. So, let's talk about Peter Cushing now, because I kind of feel like we haven't even gotten Peter Cushing yet.
Damn, are we halfway through it?
Yeah.
More than way through it.
Well, we talked about Christopher Lee, now we got to talk about Peter Cushing.
How long have you been running?
2 hours and 51 minutes.
Okay.
Well, you know.
That's how it goes, I guess.
Uh-huh.
That was one show right there. All right.
Well, these two guys, like I said, a lot of the shit's going to overlap.
All right.
But I do want to talk about Peter Cushing, though.
Okay.
Because Peter Cushing, he's kind of like, I don't know. I kind of feel like these two guys, it's like they always get paired up. But they're very different, but they're, you know, the friendship is kind of like, you know, very iconic.
It's like salt and pepper.
Yeah, kind of. Because Peter Cushing, like I said, Christopher Lee was just kind of like acting, was almost kind of like, I don't want to say it was like an afterthought, but it was like something that he wasn't really into. And then his mid-20s, like, oh yeah, acting, okay. And then he like proceeded to like kick everyone's ass at it. Whereas Peter Cushing was kind of like, he knew he wanted to be an actor from like when he was a child. And that was all he ever wanted to do. You know what I mean? So there was that. So Peter Cushing, born in Surrey, 1913. So he was the younger of two boys. He had a brother named George who was 3 years older. Sadly, his mom, and I kind of feel like this happened a lot back in the old days. His mom, she'd already had a boy. So she wanted a girl. So when Peter was born, she's like, well, let's just pretend he's a girl. She would let his hair grow out. She would dress him in, like, female clothes, like, put pink ribbons in his hair, shit like that. I kind of feel like that was kind of common, at least with, like, famous people that I've talked about from this time period, which is messed up. Let your kid just be their kid. Holy crap. But, yeah. I wish you were a girl. I'm going to, like, dress it. Like, how fucked up is that? Stop it. That's a person. Knock it off. But, yeah. She wished he was a girl, so dressed him as a girl. He doesn't seem to have had any lasting impact from it, but please don't do that. His dad, who was kind of from an upper-class family, very reserved, very, you know, not really present for the family. Peter later said, yeah, I didn't really get to know him very well, so he was very distant. His mom was actually the daughter of a carpet merchant and was considered lower class than her husband. So that class conflict was kind of like a big deal when he was growing up. Have to say, though, that among Peter's extended family, there were a lot of stage actors. His paternal grandfather was a stage actor, as was his aunt and his step-uncle. So there was some history in the family of theatrical kind of shit. So during the First World War, they lived in Dulwich. They moved to Purley after the war ended, 1918. He was raised during the First World War, but he later recalled that his mom was very adept at pretending that the war wasn't going on. Whenever there were air raids or something like that, she would, like, just hide under the table, like, pretend it's a game. You know what I mean? You're a little kid. You don't know any better. So he didn't really, like, experience all of the hardships of the First World War because he was a little kid and his mom kind of, like, shielded him from it. Peter Cushing, also a very sickly child. He had pneumonia in his infancy a couple of times, and also got double pneumonia, which I guess is called something else nowadays. But yeah, he was real sick when he was growing up. And honestly, double pneumonia was something that killed a lot of people back in those days, but he did survive. Now, during this time period, when he was a little kid, he actually ended up seeing a stage production of Peter Pan. And at this point, he was kind of like, I want to do that. Like, so he was very aware from an early age that he wanted to be an actor. So when he was a little kid, he was very into, like, dressing up in costumes and, like, make-believe and doing puppet shows and shit like that. So he knew he wanted to be an actor from when he was very, very young. So he goes from a school in South London, then he goes to a place called Shoreham Grammar School in Shoreham by the Sea, which I think was a boarding school. But at this point, he was kind of like homesick. So he didn't really like the boarding school situation. He was only there for one term, and then he just went back home. Then he went to the grammar school at that point. And then he did some kind of, like, physical stuff. He did swimming, he did, like, cricket, rugby, stuff like that. But all the other sports, he wasn't super into. And also, much like Christopher Lee in math, he was kind of a poor student. A little bit ADD, gotta say. Not really into... I don't know. He kind of... Peter Cushing, to me, seemed like somebody, as a kid, seemed like somebody that was very in his own head. In the sense that I want to do what I want to do, and whatever you guys are trying to do or trying to teach me, I'm not interested in it. I just want to do what I want to do. He kind of seemed like that kind of dude. That's kind of what I feel from his thing. Because like I said, if he wasn't into it, he just was not paying attention. So he was, like, not really that good a student. So he didn't get that great of grades, but his older brother, who was a good student, would do some of his stuff for him. So, you know, there was that. Interestingly, yeah, like I said, he was real into, like, acting, painting, anything, like, artistic, he was into it. But other than that, he didn't care. One of the things that he was really into, weirdly, even though he was very, very British, his favorite thing when he was a kid, he was really into Tom Mix, which, if you don't know who that is, he was a very famous back in the old days as, like, a cowboy, you know, kind of movie star. Not even movie star. Was it movies or radio or something? It was a long time ago. Tom Mix was kind of the shit back in the old days as a cowboy. And Peter Cushing was super, super into that. He was really into, like, westerns and cowboy shit. That's what he wanted to do. Now, when he was little, he had a teacher at school that saw that he was kind of like, yeah, this dude might, you know, grow up to be an actor. So he's like, why don't you do some theater stuff? So he would, you know, paint sets and shit like that. And then later on, most of the plays that they would do when he was a teenager, he would get to be the lead. Now, when Peter Cushing got older, he wanted to be an actor, but his dad, of course, was like, no, I don't really want you to do that. Even though he had several family members that were in the theater. So what he did, though, as a compromise, he said, well, because Peter's so into, like, drawing and art and that kind of stuff, he's like, well, I'm going to get you a job as a surveyor, or for a surveyor kind of thing, or architecture type shit. So he got him a job as a surveyor's assistant. Now, Peter did this job for 3 years, but he fucking hated it. Because all he did the whole time was imagine all of the other stuff. Like, he would draw all of these, like, structures and stuff. And he'd be like, yeah, we should build this and that and the other thing. And then, like, people would look at it and be like, yeah, we can't build that. And he's like, man, fuck that. I don't give a shit about what he's just like, look at that, though. So he was more interested in, like, fucking the idealized, you know what I mean? Like, the cool, like, buildings. He's like, well, you can't build it. We'll figure it out one of these days. But he was very into, like, more of, like, the imagining stage rather than, like, the actual having to build stage. So there was that. So, at this point, so he was in, like, a lot of school plays and shit like that. He was in a lot of amateur plays that were going around the town that were not affiliated with the school. And one thing is he would apply for a lot of other auditions and a lot of other roles, but he got turned down a lot because he didn't have any professional experience. So at this point, he applies for a scholarship at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. This was in London. Now, he auditioned, and his audition took place before an actor named Alan Ainsworth. And this actor hated him so much that he said, you don't come back until you improve your diction. He said, I don't really like the way you talk. You're never going to get anywhere like talking like that, whatever. So he sent him away. Peter Cushing was stubborn. So he wrote more than almost 24 letters to get a scholarship to this fucking school. Which actually worked because the guy that managed the theater, whose name was Bill Fraser, he finally said, okay, come in here. I will meet you just to get you to fucking stop writing me letters because you keep writing me letters trying to get a scholarship. So he came in there. So while the meeting was going on, he's like, okay, fine. You can have one walk-on role as like a fucking, it's just a throwaway role they gave him, like on some play they were doing that night. And that was his professional stage debut. It was a play called Cornelius by J.B. Priestley, and that was the first time he'd ever been on stage. He didn't have any lines, and he just basically had to come on stage and like do some shit. He was a courier, and that's it. But because of that, he got a scholarship, and they gave him, again, like Christopher Lee, they gave him like odd jobs around the theater, like clean up shit, you know, sell some, you know, soda to people, shit like that. Assistant stage manager. You gotta work your way up. So at this point, it's 1936, and Peter Cushing gets a job with the repertory theater company called Southampton Rep. What have you got? Oh,
Nice.
And he gets a bunch of like bit roles, shit like that. And over the next 3 years, he got an apprenticeship at Southampton Rep and auditioned for character roles in a bunch of other theaters. Over this time, he got about 100 different roles, although, like I said, most of them were background, shit like that. At this point, when he was in Southampton, he meets a woman named Doreen Lawrence, who was 18 at the time, and they got engaged to be married. I love this. They got engaged, and Wikipedia says Lawrence, who was his fiancée, broke off the engagement, citing Peter's frequent crying and bringing his parents on dates.
Okay.
So there's that. Peter Cushing, I mean, I love him so much. He does really seem to me to be like the ultimate. When he was a kid, he was just like, oh, I'm so into like acting. He was like that kind of dude. And then he was like very, very sensitive, you know? He's very sensitive. He's a bird watcher. He's a vegetarian. And so that's what I said. That's why it's like, it's so funny that like him and like Christopher Lee are kind of like that different, but they still were like friends. But I don't know. I could see it. So at this point, he decides, well, I'm going to be in movies. And as I said, he was really into Tom Mix, like the American cowboy star. So he decides, I have to go to Hollywood. So before he wasn't famous in the UK at all. Like he'd just been like some background shit in like fucking stage productions in the UK. But he decides he's going to move to the US. 1939, his dad bought him a one-way ticket to Hollywood. So he moved there. He had 50 pounds, and that's it. And so while he was there, he ended up meeting this dude named Larry Goodkind, who worked for Columbia Pictures. And he's like, okay, well, there's this other dude I know that works for Edward Small Productions. Go there and see what's going on. So he went there, and they were starting to film The Man in the Iron Mask, which was directed by James Whale, who, if you guys don't know, also directed Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein. So they were working on that. And Peter Cushing got hired as a stand-in for the main dude, Louis Hayward. Now, what they did, they were doing like a split screen because Louis Hayward was playing two roles. So what they would do was they would have the main actor here, and they would have Peter Cushing here, like, you know, doing the scene with him. And then later, they would cut Peter Cushing out and put the other performance of Louis Hayward in the other side. You know what I mean? So Peter Cushing was in the movie, technically, but his contributions were not on screen because he was just, you know, the main actor. Yeah, the main actor was working against. Yeah. Now, Peter Cushing later said, well, it's probably good that my shit wasn't on screen because it wasn't that good, but he did learn a lot from the process. But so that was technically his first movie, even though he wasn't really in it because all his shit was like cut out. So yeah. They actually let him be in it because they said, can you fence? And he was like, oh, totally, even though he couldn't. But you know what I mean. So a couple days after that, Peter Cushing happened to be in Schwab's drugstore, which, if you know anything about Hollywood history, was kind of like the place that you would hang out to get, like, quote-unquote discovered. So he was, and that's where you got, like, all the scuttlebutt, like, on the good fucking rolls and stuff. So he's in there, and he hears that Hal Roach, the producer, is looking for an English guy. He's like, I'm looking for somebody that'll be in a Laurel and Hardy movie. So he hears about that, and he goes and auditions, and he gets it. So he's actually in a Laurel and Hardy movie, A Chump at Oxford, which came out in 1940. Yeah. He said, look, I was only in it for a little bit. He's like, it took me like a week to shoot it. It was like a couple of minutes. But he says he was proud to work with what he called the two of the greatest comedians the cinema has ever produced. And like he said, it taught him a lot about the movie-making business. What is she? She's like, oh, God. Oh, God. Stop it, Daddy.
She's going to be like, what?
Look at her face. Look at her face. She's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Look at her. Look at her.
She's like, what?
She doesn't understand it.
She keeps, like, looking at you like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Go ahead and jump.
She's like, stop.
Yeah.
You're drunk, Daddy.
Yeah. She's playing though.
She knows.
She's like,
Yeah.
get.
She's not gonna say it.
She's having fun.
You're super drunk.
No, not super drunk, just a little bit.
Bless you, sweetie.
Then her snore is fucking.
Aw,
What are you sneezing for?
She's been sneezing like not all day, but she's been sneezing.
What are you sneezing
a few
for?
times. Hopefully she's not. I hope she's not sick. But yeah, so he was in that, and then he was also the second lead male role in a movie called Vigil in the Night from 1940, and this was kind of the first movie that kind of drew him any attention of any degree in Hollywood. So he was in a couple of other Hollywood movies. There was a war movie called They Dare Not Love from 1941, which he was in, uncredited, which James Whale had also directed. He was also in a bunch of... MGM did a bunch of short films called The Passing Parade, also in 1941, and he was in one of those. Now, it seemed like the one of those that he was in... a lot of kind of Hollywood insiders or whatever saw him in that. It's like, oh, that dude's gonna be a star. You know what I mean? And so they were kind of all up in it. But at this point, Peter Cushing was like, man, I don't really like it here. I would rather be back in England. He was getting homesick. So he decided that he was gonna go back home at some point. So at this point, he moves back to New York City, because he's like, well, I'm going to go back to England at some point. New York City's closer, obviously. So he goes back to New York. And at that point, he got some radio commercials. He, joined a summer stock theater company because he was trying to, raise enough money to, fly back to England. So while he was in New York, he actually got noticed by a Broadway theater talent scout. So in 1941, he actually made his Broadway debut in a drama called The Seventh Trumpet. However, the play didn't really get that good reviews and ran for only 11 days, and then it closed. So at that point, Peter Cushing went back to England, and this was during the Second World War. Now, at this point, Peter Cushing wanted to do his part, although he had a lot of health problems that prevented him from joining active duty. However, he did sign on to entertain the troops. So he was part of the Entertainment National Service Association, the ENSA, which was the thing that would go around entertaining all the troops during the war. So he would go around and do plays and shit like that. And he was with them for quite a while. Now, during the time, he actually got onto that because he was in a Noble Coward play called Private Lives. The guy that was the main role in that got actually conscripted to go to the front lines, so he took that dude's place. So he was in that role for a while. Now, while he was in there, he met his wife, Helen Beck. And as I said, they married in 1943 and would remain married for a very long time. And after she died, as some people have mentioned, he was pretty much killing time until he died as well.
It's sad.
Well, I mean,
he was I'm checking out.
He loved her.
Yeah,
he still kept working.
Yeah.
But he never was. Yeah. He said to an interviewer, he's just the heart went out of everything after she was gone. So he didn't really he still worked and shit like that, but he was just waiting to join her, which, yeah, it's kind of fucked up, but I mean, it's kind of understandable. They'd been married a long time. They got married in the 40s, and they were married until she died, and she died several decades before he did, a couple decades before he did. So he just wasn't the same after she was gone. But yeah, he did meet her right around this time. She was also an actor. And Helen Beck in 1942. So they married in 1943. And at this point, he actually ended up having to leave the what do you call it? the ENSA, because he had like health problems. Like I said, he had a lot of health problems throughout his life. He had lung congestion. So he had to like not do it anymore. So at this point, he's kind of broke ass, and he had to, they have, for actors, he was in like actors unions, actors guild, stuff like that. So he had to like kind of collect money from them as well, Actors Benevolent Fund, things like that, because he was trying to find work and couldn't really find all that many. He did actually find some parts in plays, but a lot of the parts that he found, the plays didn't really either make it past rehearsals, or they'd only do like a couple, showings, and then they would close. So there was that. Now, he was in a production in 1945 of a play called The Rivals, and that kind of gave him enough money to pay off some debts. But during the war, it was really fucking rough to like make it as an actor. So at some point, he had to like do some other work. So he designed some women's scarves for like department stores and stuff to make money. So there was that. So he was doing some other shit. Now, after the war ended in autumn of 1946, he actually tried to get a part in a play called Born Yesterday. He didn't get it, but this play was being put on by Laurence Olivier, who was directing it at the time. So he went to audition, and they asked him if he could do an American accent, and he was like, I don't think I can, and he tried to do it, and he couldn't do it. So Laurence Olivier says, I appreciate you not wasting my time. I'll remember you. Which sounds like bullshit, but it was actually not bullshit, because even though he didn't get that part because he couldn't do an American accent, Laurence Olivier did actually remember him and cast him later on in 1947 in Hamlet. Like I said, first film that him and Christopher Lee were in together. Small parts, but the fact that Laurence Olivier did remember him and called him back after all that time. But like I said, Peter Cushing at this point was in his 40s and thought that, well, the career I've chosen is a failure.
Shit, little that bitch.
Not even knowing that, well, see, that just goes to show, even if you're old,
sometimes it takes that long.
It does. Well, and especially in entertainment kind of shit, because you don't really know, entertainment kind of, well, especially like acting, music, shit like that. Generally, it's better to be younger. Most people are very successful when they're younger, but not always.
No,
always.
There are certain people that can arrive on the scene because of their gravitas and their looks as an old person, and kind of like their leadership skills. People, the younger fucking crews in Hollywood want them around. They like them. So then all of a sudden they start giving them these badass roles, and they get better and better and better. But they're always like the heavies, or they're the bigger players in the storyline. They're not the love interest or the hero per se. They're just somebody else who's kind of in there driving the story along. Example, like Darth Vader, in Star Wars. He's not the love interest, but he's driving that fucking story along. And you need an older person for that.
Well, you just have to, particularly in regards to acting, you just have to understand that not everybody can be, like, star material. That's a very narrow physical thing, and that's a very narrow... But honestly, if you're a character actor... In a lot of ways, that might be better, because...
Because they need you.
Because they need you. Yeah. You can find a niche that you're good at, so you can, like, constantly work. And I kind of feel like if you're, like, a really good character actor, particularly if you're in horror movies, like I said, where we're talking about right now, people are going to remember you fucking decades from now. Whereas a star, maybe not. Because there's a lot of those. It's very bland.
Then there's just the other factor where the crew is people in their 30s, maybe 40s. And you might have an actor who's fucking in his 50s, who has a lot of gravitas, who's actually kind of adding importance and gravitas to the production. oh, we got him, so this is going to be awesome. So the younger crew is now all of a sudden kind of like looking up to this older dude and like, this is going to be a great project because you're on it. You know, so it's chemistry. You know,
it is, and not everybody, and like I said, not everybody is destined to be a star, but in the long term, I don't know if it's better to be a star, because how many stars do we remember from back in the old days? Because sometimes, like, I do research about like movies from the 20s or 30s, and there were people that were stars back then. Nobody knows their name nowadays.
Yeah.
Character actors, though, people remember them, those people. But, you know, horror actors, shit like that, people still remember that. But if you were just like a leading man...
There's a word for it, but I forgot what it was. They're all stars. You're talking about like leading man and leading lady.
Yeah, I'm talking about, yeah.
They kind of, or they're interchangeable.
Because it's
generic.
a very, well, it's a very, and
right.
I mean... By definition, if you are a leading man or a leading, like, it's kind of like you're trying to capture the zeitgeist of whatever the culture is at the time, which is fleeting.
20s,
right?
Yeah.
So it's like whatever was hot or popular or whatever.
Right.
You're trying to like stand in for like the hot every person of that year.
It's the supporting,
and that doesn't always carry over.
It's the supporting actors and the supporting characters that you remember,
right?
Not so much the.
I mean, how many people like nowadays, 2022, how many people like who do we remember from the silent era, for example? We remember people that were character actors. We remember people that were in horror movies. We remember, you know, people like that. You don't really remember. I mean, you do, but to a lesser extent. So I do kind of feel like you had to have something. If you were just in a movie like as the leading man or the leading lady, a lot of times those people are not remembered as well as people who played villains or people who played more character type of roles. Like I said, that doesn't, you know, track entirely across the thing, but I do kind of feel like it's more because you have to have something different if people remember you. If you're just like a generic, you're just like a generic good-looking person from back then. I kind of feel like particularly like the male actors back then that were leading men, I mean, they were very interchangeable because they were just like, you know, they were all like good-looking men of the time, and they were just supposed to be the hero, and it just, you know, but a lot of them, we don't remember them nowadays. We remember people like Boris Karloff, we remember people like Bela Lugosi, you remember people that were different in some way. They either played villains, or if they played leads, they had something different about them. So I do kind of feel like maybe why, I don't know. I know if you're in the moment, I understand if you're a working actor, yes, you want to be a quote-unquote star because you'll make a lot of money. You know, I get that. Everybody's got to eat. Everybody's got to have a job. But in the long term, I do kind of feel like it's probably better to find your niche as a character actor and just, like, fucking go down that fucking path.
Look at the movie The Black Cat. The leading man and the leading lady, they're in that movie.
I don't even
remember their names.
I don't remember what their names. Everybody remembers Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff and that shit. Everybody. Right. Nobody remembers. Some people remember, but most people don't remember.
And the leading man and the leading lady were good in the movie. It's just that they're generic.
There's a lot of those.
They're generic characters.
There's a lot of generic, good-looking people.
Right, yeah.
Cycling through Hollywood.
Right, yeah.
That were stars at whatever time.
Yeah.
But to me, like I said, if you want to be like memorable, you have to stand out. And a lot of the stars didn't stand out because there were a lot of them. There were a lot of good-looking men. There were a lot of good-looking women.
They were generic.
That were heroes.
Yeah, yeah.
They were always the good guys or, you know, the good women or whatever in movies. But it's like you don't really remember them as much.
Well, think of King Kong. You remember Fay Wray a little bit, but the leading man in that, you don't remember his name. You remember Kong, though.
I don't even remember there being a leading man in that.
Yeah, there was.
That's how...
Remember? There was a guy who was supposed to be an actor who's just...
I can't bring up his face, though.
Yeah.
I can bring up Faye Ray. I can bring up Faye Ray's face.
Yeah. But you can't bring up the leading man.
Honestly, King Kong, everybody just thinks of King Kong.
Yeah.
Like the monster.
Well, he starred in that movie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying, and honestly, that's why the horror genre, I would argue, is the best genre. Not only because, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a bitch because horror is good because it's the most, to me, it's the most diverse genre. You can do pretty much anything within horror, and it's still kind of considered horror. And horror fans are the most, as far as I've seen, are the most diverse in the sense of watching shit from like every era.
Tila's saying goodbye. Okay, bye, Tila.
Bye, Tila.
She gotta get something to eat.
Okay, I get that. I mean, we've been going for a while.
We're gonna eat a bit too.
Well, like I said, I'm still talking about Peter Cushing. I don't want to give Peter Cushing like a short shrift because we talked about Christopher Lee for a long time.
All right.
So I forgot where I was. So yeah, so okay, so he couldn't do an American accent. Olivier was kind of like, well, thanks for not wasting my time on that shit, but he did give him like a part in Hamlet later on. Like I said, that was the first time that him and Christopher Lee had been in a movie together, although I don't think they met at the time, or if they did, it was like not that big a deal. They didn't really like meet until Curse of Frankenstein in 1957, but they had been in a couple of movies together prior. So there was that whole thing. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah.
It happens.
It does. It does
happen.
So yeah. So even though, okay, so he'd been in a movie with Laurence Olivier, for Christ's sake. That movie, his Hamlet adaptation, Laurence Olivier's Hamlet adaptation, actually won an Oscar. So Peter Cushing did get some, accolades from that, but like I said, it was a very small role. So he was having a hard time finding roles, and he was getting so stressed out that he was essentially having like what he called an extended nervous breakdown. He was in a lot of little roles at this point. He was in like some theater stuff. He was in like radio. He was in, again, Moulin Rouge, which I brought up earlier. Christopher Lee played George Seurat in that. Peter Cushing played like a fictional character in that. So they were both fairly small roles because that's mostly about Toulouse-Lautrec. And at this point, his wife, Peter Cushing's wife, says, "Why don't you get into doing TV?" Now, at this point, like I said, movies were kind of like the shit. Doing TV, I feel like at that point was kind of a step down, but Peter Cushing's wife was very prescient because she was like, well, I feel like TV is kind of like taken off, so maybe you should get into that kind of stuff. So he started getting into British TV, and over the next 3 years, he actually became kind of a big star, like on British TV, because again, this was like, 1950s, and TV was kind of a new medium, and so, he was kind of a pioneer in that sense, I kind of feel like. And it's interesting because I do kind of feel like there was this whole thing. It's funny that nowadays people talk about like, oh, the internet and streaming and shit like that and how it affects movies. But back in the 50s, when TV first became widespread culturally, movie makers were kind of like, oh shit, this is going to like affect our bottom line. Nobody's going to come to see movies anymore because everybody's going to be watching shit on TV. So there was this still kind of like, and I kind of feel like this persisted probably until the 90s, maybe, where being in movies was more prestigious than being in TV. I kind of feel like that distinction has vanished nowadays, now that TV, streaming, shit like it, the distinctions don't really matter anymore. But for a long time, like, you would be in movies, and then when you were a quote-unquote has-been, you'd be like on TV shows.
What the fuck, man?
You were having
I'm not that drunk. I'm not that drunk.
You are, maybe.
I am not that drunk.
What are we're talking about?
I'm not that drunk.
Okay. Can you contribute to the conversation? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we were talking about is that up until, I kind of feel like maybe it was up until the 80s or 90s, being in movies was seen as more prestigious than being on TV.
Yeah.
I feel like that distinction has disappeared because nowadays being on quote-unquote TV or streaming or whatever, honestly, that has the same cachet as being in movies because so many people watch stuff on streaming nowadays. So I feel like I said, the distinction between movies in the theater and TV you watch at home has not, like I said, that distinction has disappeared. So I don't really feel like there's a distinction anymore. But there used to be.
In my opinion, being on movies is not that cool anymore. And TV is just invisible. There's a lot of shit going on TV, but people under 50 don't even know about it.
I'm not talking about TV. I'm talking about TV
when I was up at the bar,
streaming services.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about real TV.
Well, when no, I'm not talking about that.
When I was go to the biker bar, they got TV playing on those fucking screens, and I'm like, they still have TV shows? It's fucking ridiculous. I'm like, I can't believe it. And it's stupid. It's real fucking stupid. And they're commenting on what's on YouTube.
But I'm not talking about that kind of TV. I'm talking about like streaming.
Yeah, I'm talking about real TV.
I'm talking about streaming TV. Yeah. Like, no one's talking about that. That's like old people shit.
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
old people shit.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that before now, there used to be, because I remember this from the 80s and maybe the 90s. If you were in movies, that was a big deal. But people that were like in the movies back in the old days but were like has-beens, then you'd be a guest star like on someone's TV show, like on CBS or some shit, and that would be like, oh, how far the mighty have fallen. It'd be like that kind of situation, and that doesn't exist anymore. But back then, it was kind of thing. But you had to think that back when TV was first a thing, like in the 50s, when it was first becoming widespread, there was a whole different dynamic because movie makers were kind of like, oh shit, this TV business is like cutting into our shit.
All right.
And so there was this whole thing. So I don't really know, but Peter Cushing, or at least his wife, was kind of like, you really need to get into this TV thing because this is gonna, go big. And that actually did end up working out well for him because he did get into a lot of British TV and became very, very well known on British TV back in the days when it was kind of like, he was kind of ahead of his time in doing that.
Well, we remember that era.
I don't remember the 50s, obviously, because I wasn't born then.
70s and 80s.
But I do remember that.
It was still going on.
Yeah.
You had people that were movie stars going on to television. Television and movie were very separate in the 70s and the 80s.
Oh, yeah, big time.
And
like I said, once you saw like a movie star, and if they came on like a TV show, you knew that they were like, that was over.
That was end. Right, yeah.
Because you're like a has-been now.
There wasn't really any crossover. And a television star, they just didn't show up in movies. It was two different fucking worlds.
Which is crazy, because nowadays it's like, nope, there's not really a distinction.
They're all kind of bad.
Well, there's not a distinction nowadays because everyone kind of like the way that we interact with the media is different.
Well, cable television is a lot worse.
Well, and like I said, the way that consumers, if you want to call them that, interact with the media, you interact with movies and TV shows the same.
Yeah.
You're just like watching them on a streaming service.
The standard now, I would say, would be for the United States would be Netflix. Netflix is
well, like I said, streaming services.
That's like our television.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, which encompasses movies, TV series, anything. So, like I said, I think that distinction is not. And I think people that grew up in this era would not recognize that was even a distinction. Because to them, it's just like all entertainment. It doesn't really matter if it's TV or movies. And honestly, I think that's a better way of looking at it. Because it's dumb to think that, oh, well, movies are obviously better than TV. Because it's
you should see
they're kind of like the same thing.
You should see American cable television right now. It's like taking a time warp to 20 years in the past. It's fucking bizarre.
Mango says, Cushing played Winston Smith in BBC adaptation of 1984. That's what I was just going to say. I kind of feel like that was sort of his breakout role, even though it was very controversial at the time. But yeah, 1954, he did play Winston in 1984, which was done by Nigel Neal, who people of, of British extraction will know he did a bunch of stuff for like British TV and stuff, including the Stone Tape. He did the Stone Tape, I'm pretty sure, which was about, you would love it probably. The Stone Tape was about poltergeists, or ghosts, and how ghosts were caused by energy seeping into stones, which kind of like recorded it. You know what I mean? Like a tape kind of situation. It's good though. I've seen it. But yeah, Nigel Neal wrote that. But yeah, he did a adaptation of 1984, and that was kind of like, he'd been in a lot of stuff, but that was kind of like what got him biggest accolades at the time. Now, after he was in 1984, he was in 31 other TV plays and a couple of serials, won a bunch of awards during this time period. But Peter Cushing, not super into like doing TV, because like I said, back in the old days, I kind of feel like TV was more, I don't know, it wasn't always live, but it was always kind of like, they were filming everything like really quickly, you know what I mean? So you couldn't do like multiple takes, you couldn't do this whole thing. Peter Cushing, very much a perfectionist, very much wanting to everything to be exactly the way he wanted it, so he much preferred like film making. So TV for him was very stressful, so he didn't really like enjoy it, you know what I mean? So he did TV because he had to, but he was way more into like making movies. But the thing about it though was that during this time period, movie roles kind of difficult to come by because again, like we mentioned earlier, TV, movie, it was like two different worlds, and people didn't really cotton to people like trying to cross genres, I guess. You know, movie actors trying to be in TV, or TV actors trying to be in movies. People didn't really want to see it. And there was kind of a thing too where it was like different production companies and film producers were like, we don't really want, all these like TV stars over here. They're like drawing audiences away. It's like, it's this whole competition thing, and they didn't really want to do it. So he was in that. He was in a couple movies during this time period. He was in a movie called The Black Knight from 1954. He was also in a movie called The End of the Affair in 1955, which was adapted from a Graham Greene novel. He was also in a movie called Magic Fire in 1955, which was about Richard Wagner, the German composer. Now, during this time period, Peter Cushing started reading in trade publications about this little old, movie making studio called Hammer. And he was kind of like, well, they're looking to make Frankenstein into a new movie. So Peter Cushing was like, man, I really liked that book when I was a kid. So he called his agent and said, why don't you call them and see what you can set up with that? Now, at this point, the studio executives actually had already been looking at Peter Cushing at this point, because they'd seen him in a bunch of stuff, and they're like, oh, if he called us, that would be fucking awesome. Apparently, they hadn't called him at this point, but his agent called them, and he was like, we were waiting for you to call. We wanted you to play this fucking part. So, at this point, because I guess, like, the guy that had co-founded the studio was, like, really into Peter Cushing's work and had been, like, kind of, like, stalking him from afar, I guess. I don't know. It was this kind of thing. It must be said, Peter Cushing at this point, many years older than Dr. Frankenstein was in the book. So, as I mentioned previously. Peter Cushing didn't really... He'd been acting for many years, but he didn't really get his big break until he was in his 40s. So when he was asked to play Dr. Frankenstein, he was actually 20 years older than the part in the book. But they didn't really care about it because it's Peter fucking Cushing. What are you going to do? So they let him be in The Curse of Frankenstein in 1957, which, like I said, that was the first time that he and Christopher Lee had met, and they would be subsequently in several other movies together. They'd been in a couple together prior to this, but they didn't really meet each other. They met each other on the set of this and were in several movies together subsequently. Now, honestly, he says, I love this quote. He says, "Who wants to see me as Hamlet? Very few, but millions want to see me as Frankenstein, so that's the one I do." So like I said, he seemed to have, even though as an actor, you'd seem like, yeah, I'm going to be in the same role all the time. But he seemed to have been very circumspect and like very cool about, look, this is what people want to see me in, so this is what I'm going to do. And when he's in a movie, he gives it his fucking best, and he gives it his all. Every single person, I never found a single quote of anybody talking bad about him ever. Every single person that ever worked with him said he is like a consummate professional. He would learn his part, he would learn everyone else's part, and he was like super into the process. Even if he didn't love the movie, even if the movie sucked, he was just like fucking there, man. And like I said, we talked about this before when we talked about Nicolas Cage. I love that shit. That's your job. Do the best job you can do, and that's essentially what he did. Christopher Lee did it as well. They never phoned it in, and I love that. Now, interestingly, though, when he played Frankenstein, the thing about Frankenstein in the movies that he was in, because he was in like 5 Frankenstein movies, I think. 5? 6? I can't remember. But he was in a bunch of Frankenstein movies for Hammer. And the way that Frankenstein is portrayed in the Hammer movies, not exactly like the one in the book, but I'm kind of into it, though. They portray him a little bit negatively, but I like the way that Peter Cushing plays it, because he gets crazier and crazier as the movies go. Like, his madness escalates, and I'm kind of into that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So they did actually have him be like a more unsympathetic character, because in, the first one, they actually did have him kill somebody to get parts, whereas that didn't really happen in the book. He was just like a grave robber mainly, and he just saw like hubris and stuff. But in the movies, he was more like actively, I'm gonna kill some motherfuckers like to get some parts I want. And honestly, in one of the later movies, I don't think this was in the American one, in one of the later movies, Peter Cushing's character as Frankenstein does rape a woman. Peter Cushing was not happy about it. They did put it in the movie, at least in the UK, the European cut. I think they cut it out in the American one, because I think at that point, who wants to see Peter Cushing rape somebody? Come on. He's such a nice man. But you know what I mean? That did happen in like some of the... But like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's like he was willing to let Dr. Frankenstein be unlikable, or be, like a fucking villain, more than in the book even. He was they were like pushing the envelope with that. Yeah, so when he was in the first Frankenstein film, he was so into it. As I said, he was very meticulous about every role that he did. However B-movie the shit was, he wanted to do the fucking best he would do. So he actually got trained by a surgeon to learn how to do the scalpel and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, bro.
In the movie. So the movie, which only cost £65,000, it actually did amazingly well. Everybody was super into that shit, because like I said, fucking gory. Everybody loved it. So, this movie was so successful that both Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee were pretty much catapulted to worldwide fame at that point. So, as I said, they did several movies with Hammer, and Peter Cushing would be Baron Frankenstein in 5 sequels. Revenge of Frankenstein, Evil of Frankenstein, Revenge of Frankenstein, Frankenstein Created Woman, Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed, Frankenstein the Monster from Hell, there was all those. So, like I said, I think Frankenstein the Monster from Hell was the one where he, like, raped somebody and they cut it out later, but you know what I mean. So, at this point, like I said, we've kind of talked about this a little bit because we already talked about Christopher Lee, but they'd done Dracula in 1958, which in this country is called Horror of Dracula, where Christopher Lee was playing the monster, and Peter Cushing was playing Van Helsing. So this was kind of like their first, like, kind of mashup. I was watching earlier, Cinemassacre did a fucking... they did a mashup between Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. Like, every time they did a fight in a movie, like, who won. And honestly, like, Peter Cushing, like, fucking crushed Christopher Lee because he fucking kicked his ass every single time. He's like, look, Peter Cushing made a whole entire career out of kicking Christopher Lee's ass because Christopher Lee was always the bad guy, right? He was always Dracula. He was always the mummy or whatever. And Peter Cushing was always either Dr. Frankenstein or he was always like the good guy. He was like Van Helsing, or he was always kind of like that. So, it was that kind of situation. There was very few where they kind of like teamed up. They were both good guys. Mostly Christopher Lee was bad guy and Peter Cushing was a good guy. So there was, you all right?
Yeah.
You sure?
You hungry?
Yeah, but
What?
I'm trying to get through all this
Well,
stuff.
I'll start cooking if you want.
Oh, so you're gonna leave?
Jenny, I can't do a 5-hour show. I'll start cooking now, and then fucking by the time you're done, you can get something to eat.
Well, goodness.
Okay.
I still have a lot to go, but...
Yeah, I noticed.
Okay.
This should have been 2 shows.
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I could have got through it.
All right.
I mean, I can skip through a lot of stuff, but, there's that. So, let's just skip ahead because he's rushing me.
I'm not rushing you. I'm just trying to bring some sanity to this.
I'm not, though.
Okay.
I'm not.
All right.
All right, so as I mentioned, you can go if you're just going to sigh the whole time. Are you just going to sigh the whole time?
No.
Are you going to contribute or no?
I don't have anything to say about it. You're the one that has all the notes on it. But we have to be realistic when it comes to time. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna start cooking. How would you like an omelet or something?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sound good? Okay. All right. Damn. Okay.
Don't unplug my shit.
I'm not unplugging it.
Danny Rowling says, I could have seen Christopher Lee doing a Halloween commercial for Tombstone Pizza dressed as Dracula. I mean, they did, at least both of them did have a sense of humor about it because they did, like, do some comedy shit about it later on. But, yeah, I could see that. All right, so, so there was that. Where was I? Yeah, so we talked about Dracula 80, 1972, which... if you've seen it, it's like the groovy update of Dracula. You can go if you want.
No, I'm good.
Okay. If you're just going to, like, sit there and
listen to her.
If you're going to look at me and sigh, I'm just I'm not into it.
Hold on.
If you're not contributing, you
I'm not going to contribute.
need to be here.
I'm going to cook you something to eat. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to say.
All right.
You guys have a good one, people. Back to bed. What you doing, Pope? Oh, you knock it off.
All right, so let's see. Where were we? Okay. So, as I said, Christopher Lee, not super happy about playing Dracula, and like some of the subsequent Dracula movies, he didn't really want to do them, but, you know, there was that. They did, however, both reprise their roles in The Satanic Rites of Dracula in 1974, which, not a great movie, but still watchable. It's always watchable. In the U.S., it was called Count Dracula and His Vampire Bride, which, I don't know. I live in the U.S. I've never heard it called that. I always heard it called The Satanic Rites of Dracula, but whatever. At this point, Peter Cushing also played Van Helsing in The Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires, which was kind of like a vampire movie that was Hammer Studios and also Shaw Brothers. So it was kind of like Dracula meets Hong Kong cinema, Chinese martial arts. So there was that. I've seen that, but it's been a while, so I don't really remember how great it was. Just gotta say. Now, at this point, Peter Cushing, as Christopher Lee realized, was going to be typecast into horror roles. But, again, Cushing was like, hey, it pays the bills, so I'm not really all that worried about it. But he did kind of try to branch out a little bit. He was in some other shit, though, other than Hammer films. He was in a movie called The Abominable Snowman from 1957, which was actually Hammer, but it was an adaptation of the Nigel Neal TV play, The Creature, which had telecast in 1955. Peter Cushing had also been in that as well. And there was also The Mummy, which I mentioned earlier, with Cushing playing the archaeologist and Peter Cushing playing the archaeologist, Christopher Lee playing the monster. The thing about that, which is interesting, and this kind of like leads back to what I was saying earlier, with Peter Cushing always trying to like give his opinions about stuff, was that on the poster for The Mummy, which I guess they produced before the movie was made or finished, they had an image of the mummy that had like this kind of like hole in his chest, and it was kind of like this big thing coming out of the hole. And Peter Cushing was like, what's that all about? That doesn't really happen in the movie. And they're like, yeah, well, we just did that for the poster, whatever the fuck. And he's like, well, yeah, but can I do something that looks like that for the movie, though? And they were kind of like, I guess, like, if you want. So at that point, like, Peter Cushing actually did end up having a scene where he drove a harpoon through the mummy and, like, made a big hole in his chest to, like, actually make it look like the poster. Because, like I said, the poster had been made before the movie was done. They weren't actually intending to put anything like that in the movie. Thanks to Peter Cushing, that was actually in there. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Peter Cushing played Sherlock Holmes a fuck ton of times, including in The Hat of the Baskervilles, which I watched today, which came out in 1959. And he played him in a BBC series as well, which I think aired in 1968. Although I think a lot of those episodes have vanished, although a few of them do still exist on YouTube. He also showed up as the Sheriff of Nottingham in Sword of Sherwood Forest. That was 1960. And he was in Cash on Demand, which somebody mentioned earlier, as somebody that's like a kind of cranky capitalist Ebenezer Scrooge type character. That was 1961. And as I mentioned earlier, Cushing considered this the favorite of his films, even though very few people have seen it. And honestly, I have not seen it either, but I've heard that it's very good. So I will be watching that also. So he was in a couple other movies then. We talked about The Gorgon, 1964, which I watched today. She, 1965, which I believe he was in that with Christopher Lee. That's, I think, a remake of The Serial from the 1930s, if I'm not mistaken, because I think I've seen that as well. He was also in The Vampire Lovers from 1970, which, did we review that? Maybe not. I kind of feel like, I don't know, I've seen it, but yeah. He was also in Lust for a Vampire, or was supposed to be in Lust for a Vampire, but couldn't be in it. But he was in Twins of Evil, which we did review. And then there was Fear in the Night from 1972, another Hammer role, one of his final ones. And honestly, it's kind of like he was in a bunch of stage stuff and various other things at that point. I kind of feel like Tom left now. So we talked about Doctor Who. He was in a couple of Doctor Who movies. One of which was called Doctor Who and the Daleks from 1965, which I've seen. I saw it on Riff Tracks, full disclosure. It's not great. As always, Peter Cushing is the best thing in it. The rest of it, not so much. The other one he was in was called Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, which is from 1966, which I have not seen. He played him, as I said, unlike the TV Doctor Who, in the sense that he was kind of just like a human mad scientist type character rather than an extraterrestrial, interdimensional, whatever. So, you know, it's, as Tom mentioned, it's probably non-canonical. I don't really know enough about Doctor Who to say, but, you know, there's that. So, yeah. As I mentioned, he played Sherlock Holmes a shit ton of times. He also wrote some, you know, forewords for books about Sherlock Holmes. And he was in some Amicus films as well, some of which we've reviewed, including Dr. Terror's House of Horrors, The Skull, which we did review, I remember that, Torture Garden. And he was also in a couple called The Blood Beast Terror from 1968 and Island of Terror. And he was in one called The Beast Must Die, which, spoiler alert, I'm going to be reviewing this coming Saturday. I just watched it recently. He was also on some comedy shows in the late 1960s. And as someone mentioned, he was in I, Monster in 1971, which was like a Jekyll and Hyde type story. And he was kind of in a couple movies, but he was kind of taking care of his ailing wife at the time. So he did a lot of audiobook narration for the blind and things like that during this time period. He was in Dr. Phoebes Rises Again in 1972 with Vincent Price, which was the sequel to Abominable Dr. Phoebes, and then he was in Madhouse, which also had had Vincent Price in it in 1974. And he was in some Amicus anthology films, Tales from the Crypt, which is great, From Beyond the Grave, and Now the Screaming Starts, which maybe we reviewed. I can't remember if we did. And The Beast Must Die, which, like I said, I am going to be reviewing this coming Saturday. He also did like some stage stuff. He was in some movies with Donald Pleasance, played, you know, Sherlock Holmes a couple other times, played Arthur Conan Doyle once, and obviously, as many of you probably know, joined the cast of Star Wars 1976. Interestingly, like, George Lucas asked him to be, you know, he was a big fan, so he asked him to be in the movie. And at the time that Star Wars came out, which is crazy to think about nowadays, Peter Cushing and Alec Guinness, obviously, who played Obi-Wan Kenobi, were like the best, the best known actors at the time, because everybody else that was in it, Harrison Ford, you know, Carrie Fisher, you know, Mark Hamill, stuff like that, were not really all that well known. So the older actors were kind of well known. The hilarious thing, Peter Cushing and David Prowse, who played, you know, Darth Vader, even though he didn't do the voice, but he was the physical presence of Darth Vader. Peter Cushing and David Prowse had worked together before in Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, so they got together famously, of course. Peter Cushing and Carrie Fisher got along really well. Carrie Fisher said the one scene, the very famous scene in Star Wars, like, honestly, one of the first scenes in the movie, where they're arguing about, you know, Grand Moff Tarkin, like, blowing up Alderaan, and she's, like, talking shit to him and stuff. That was one of the first scenes that they filmed together. And Carrie Fisher said later, she's like, that was a really hard film to see, scene to film, because I had to pretend like I hated him, but I liked, like, he was so awesome, and I liked him so much that it was, like, really, really difficult. So there was that kind of... So she had to, like, picture someone else while she was talking to him while they, like, shot that shit. So yeah. Honestly, let's see. He was also, most people know, in Rogue One, which came out in 2016. Very awesome movie. They essentially brought him back to life because he died in 1984. So they had to bring him back to life with CGI. So there was that. Interestingly, too, probably y'all will find this very interesting, is that Peter Cushing was actually originally approached by John Carpenter to play Sam Loomis in the original Halloween. Christopher Lee was also approached. Both of them turned it down, which is how Donald Pleasance famously ended up with the role. But John Carpenter was, like, obviously a big fan of his. So 1983, one of the last movies that they did together, there was a movie called House of the Long Shadows. That was 1983. And Christopher Lee, Vincent Price, and Peter Cushing were in that. It was kind of like a horror comedy parody type of situation. That was one of the last things they were all in together. So Peter Cushing was in some, like, comedy Top Secret. I think wasn't fucking, what's his name? Val, whatever that fucker's name is. Yeah, he was in that. He was in a couple movies in the 80s. And he wrote a couple autobiographies. But after that, it was kind of like he was, his health was declining. Because honestly, from 1982, he got diagnosed with prostate cancer. And even though, this is crazy. So 1982, he gets rushed to a hospital because his one eye was, like, swollen, like, to 3 times its usual size. They took him to a hospital and they said, yeah, you have prostate cancer. You have maybe a year and a half to live, they told him. Peter Cushing lived another 12 years without any other intervention, or at least any major intervention. He didn't have, like, any chemo or anything like that. But he did live another 12 years, although his health did decline over that time, and he didn't really work much during that point. So he actually ended up checking himself into a hospice in summer of 1994, and he died in late August at 81 years old. Now, as I mentioned earlier, he had, like, a lot of other interests. Like I said, he was the quintessential actor. He was really into it from a young age. But he was really into... One of the things he was into, which I thought was very strange, well, not strange, but interesting, was that he liked to collect model soldiers. Like, he had all these little model soldiers, and he would paint them, and, like, he would set up battles and stuff. And he did that. Like, he was really into that. He was also into drawing. He painted, like, watercolors, and he was really into animals. He was really into bird watching. He was actually, like, a vegetarian most of his life, and was really kind of hardcore into vegetarian causes. Like, he didn't really like to eat animals or, cruelty to animals at any point. And as I said, he was very, very into... I mean, everybody that knew him just said he was, like, the quintessential gentleman. He was just very gentle. He was very soft-spoken. He was very professional. He would come on set. He would learn his own shit. He would learn everybody else's shit. And he would try to make the shit as good as it could be. But he wasn't obnoxious in any way. Like, I saw nobody that had a bad word about him. Same with Christopher Lee, honestly. Nobody had a bad word to say about either one of them. And I will say that this is, I mentioned this earlier. So 1971, Peter Cushing's wife died of emphysema. And they had been married at this point since 1943. So Peter Cushing, very famously, said that his life ended when hers did. He published an autobiography, which came out in 1986. And it didn't talk about his life after 1971, like after she had died. 1972, they did an interview with him on the Radio Times, and he said, Since Helen passed on, I can't find anything. The heart, quite simply, has gone out of everything. Time is interminable. The loneliness is almost unbearable, and the only thing that keeps me going is the knowledge that my dear Helen and I will be reunited again someday. To join Helen is my only ambition. You have my permission to publish that. Really, dear boy, it's all just killing time. Please say that. And honestly, that was 1972, and he didn't die until 1994. And honestly, him and Christopher Lee were friends all that time, and Christopher Lee said too, like later on, he's like, yeah, basically he did, like, he was still in movies and he still worked and he was still like a lovely person to be around, but they said something like went out of him like after his wife died, and he was just kind of like waiting around, which to me like seemed really, really sad. There was another thing too, that when he wrote his later autobiography, because he wrote two, Peter Cushing actually said, not outright, but he said that he maybe, the night that his wife died, that he kind of hoped that he had died too. They said that he like ran up and down the stairs hoping that he would have a heart attack and that he would die. But that later on he said that, well, that was just like hysteria. I was just panicking. I wasn't really thinking clearly, and I didn't really hope I would die, but there was that. Honestly, he had like a lot of physical problems after she died. Like he lost a lot of weight. He had like a lot of like stress problems. So, there was that too. And it's kind of like sad. Christopher Lee actually says, and this is a quote from 1994. He says about Peter Cushing, he says, there was something a little bit different about Peter waiting for the end for 23 years since his beloved wife Helen died. His friends realized that he wouldn't mind packing up on this earth to join her. Vincent Price once, in a phone call to me, asked, is he still expecting Helen to be there to greet him? And I said, looking forward to it. And Vincent said, what if she's out? Which, like, seems really mean, but, I mean, I don't know. I guess these dudes were, like, friends for a long time. But Vincent said, what if she's out? And I, meaning Christopher Lee, said, I shall tell him you said that, Vincent. And when I did, Peter laughed, fit to dispatch him immediately on his journey. When he recovered, he'd said, only Vincent could say such a thing, and only you could pass it on. Which, to me, that kind of, like, sums up the whole, like, essence of these dudes. Like, these two dudes, these three dudes, like, including Vincent Price, their whole, like, relationship, that they could make a joke about something that fucking profound, and they would still like take it in the spirit intended. Like, because to me, like reading it from as an outsider, it sounds like mean-spirited, but because they all knew each other, I guess they didn't take it that way. Because like, yeah, you're waiting all this time to like meet your wife. What if she's not there? Like, what if she's like toddled off to the loo or whatever? And but they just thought it was like kind of funny, and I thought that was like kind of sweet. So I don't know. But this whole, I don't know, this is bumming me out, this whole situation. Yeah. All right, so where are we? Danny Rowling says Friday the Batman comes out. We're going to go see that on Friday, actually. Well, maybe not on Friday, but we'll probably see it this weekend. I kind of feel like. I've been wanting to see that. It looks really good. You know what I'm saying? Rebecca says, when Disney CGI Rogue One, he popped up as an amazing CGI, but they didn't notify his living family, but Disney had to apologize. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like they did sort of, maybe. I think they did actually tell his daughter, I want to say, or they told somebody in his family, because she went to see it and she was like, holy shit, that looks amazing. It didn't look entirely real. You could still tell it was CGI, but it was still impressive enough that I was okay with it. But they were okay with it. They thought it was pretty cool, but I don't know. It's weird, but I guess they were kind of happy about it because they're like, oh, look, looks like he's alive again. Because it's weird because he died such a long time before Christopher Lee. He died in 1994. Christopher Lee didn't die till 2015, which is fucking crazy. So all the fucking time. But yeah, if you go on YouTube, there's all kind of like, shit with like the two of them like talking together. There's interviews with Christopher Lee, like, talking about Peter Cushing. It's, like, fucking awesome. But, yeah, so if you want to know, there's, like, a list of... I have a list, but I'm not going to say it because there's, like, tons of other ones. But there were 24 movies that they were actually in together. Not all of them. Like, some of the early ones, like Hamlet and Moulin Rouge and shit like that, they were just kind of, like, you know, they were in the movie, but they weren't, like, together in the movie. They were just, like, bit parts. But starting with Curse of Frankenstein from 1957, they did a fuck ton of movies together for Hammer and for other studios, and they're all definitely worth watching. Honestly, Horror of Dracula, probably my favorite, but Curse of Frankenstein is good, The Mummy is good, Hound of the Baskervilles is awesome. I mean, all of them are definitely worth watching, so you probably should. A bunch of them are... I saw a couple of them on Tubi, there are a couple of them on Shudder, so they're all over the place, so you can like totally see them. Anything both of them are in is fantastic, and anything either one of them is in is fantastic. So, you know, seriously, just, well, hi Pook. Yeah, so I guess it's been like more than 4 hours. Tom has taken off, and I really have to, you know, end the show, I suppose. But this has been fun, talking about two of my favorite horror movie icons. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, but we'll be back Friday evening at 5 p.m. doing our Sidetracks show, just talking about whatever. And hopefully you guys will join us for that. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for all the super chats. And hopefully we'll see you again on Friday night. We will see you again then. Bye.